that the district court abuses discretion in allowing Detective Christie to testify about cell tower sites, which hindered Feliciano's argument that Manny Ortega, not Feliciano, was the sixth participant in the robbery. If the witness is not testifying as an expert, the witness's testimony in the form of opinions or inferences is limited to those opinions or inferences which are A, rationally based on the perception of the witness, B, helpful to clear an understanding of the witness's testimony, or the determination of a fact and issue, and not based on scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge within the scope of 702. The line between the expert testimony under Federal Rules of Evidence 702 and lay opinion testimony under Federal Rules of Evidence 701 is not easy to draw. Thus, a law enforcement officer may be qualified to provide both lay opinion and expert testimony. Federal Rules of Evidence 701 Advisory Committee's note citing U.S. v. Figueroa with that citation. In fact, we have recognized that police officers can testify as lay witnesses based upon their particularized knowledge garnered from years of experience within the field. Similarly, other courts have held that experience-derived police testimony concerning criminals' typical modus operandi during a drug transaction does not automatically constitute expert testimony, but lay witness testimony admissible under Federal Rules of Evidence 701. Here, the purpose of Detective Christie's cross-examination testimony concerning the location of cellular towers simply was to establish that Manny Ortega's cellular telephone calls to Ortega following Ortega's arrest did not originate at a point near the arrest location. Detective Christie did not express an expert opinion based on scientific, technical, or otherwise specialized knowledge as required under Federal Rules of Evidence 702. Instead, he simply reviewed the cellular telephone records and the summary of those calls, which identify cellular towers for each call, and based on his personal knowledge concerning the locations of certain cellular towers, testified at the time of the call, Manny Ortega's cellular telephone was nowhere near the arrest location. And Your Honor, this is what distinguishes what Detective Racy, what the state intends with Detective Racy's testimony from Agent James Burney, who was the expert that we qualified. The state does not intend to ask Investigator Racy how cellular phone towers work, what's the distance between them, but simply for what he read and interpreted from the record, where did he determine the location to be? Your Honor, I also want to direct the court to Carlson's on evidence, specifically page 361, that talks specifically about cell tower mapping. And here, Carlson advises or writes, the mapping of cellular telephone calls has been held to bypass the need for expert testimony. Along these lines, Rule 701 authorized the Metro PCS records custodian to explain how cell phone tower records pings from each cell phone number and how he mapped the cell phone tower locations for each phone shown in company records. Similarly, testimony concerning telephone records, abbreviations contained therein, as well as the location of the defendant based upon a map of cell tower locations did not require expert testimony. Henderson distinguished between testimony about how cell towers operate, which would require expert testimony, and testimony concerning the cell phone records itself, which would not. And so again, Your Honor, Detective Racy, our intent is only for him to testify as to where particular phones were at the time based upon his reading and understanding of the records. He will testify about how he has been trained on reading cell phone records. He has plotted numerous cell phone records prior to having to plot the certain phone calls in this instance, Your Honor, and that is the extent of what his testimony would be. You will see that distinguished from Agent Burney later on, where Agent Burney will go into a more scientific analysis about cell phones and how they operate. And so, Your Honor, with that, we don't believe we need to qualify Mr. He's an agent now as well himself, Agent Racy, as a expert solely for what his testimony, we will get from his testimony right now.
All right. Mr. Steele, anything further, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, and good morning, sir.
Good morning.
To everyone, as always. Your Honor, United States versus Feliciano is a unreported opinion of the 11th Circuit from year 2008. And specifically in that case has been held for and highlighted for the fact that Detective Christie, which is Christie, simply reviewed, I'm quoting, simply reviewed the cellular telephone records. They were in evidence as cellular telephone records, and a summary of those calls, which was in evidence, which identified cellular towers for each call. So it didn't take much to say it used this tower and this tower is here from the records. And then based upon Detective Christie's personal knowledge concerning locations of certain cellular towers, he testified that at the time of the call, Manny Ortega, Manny's M-A-N-N-Y-O-R-T-E-G-A, apostrophe S, cellular telephone was nowhere near the arrest location. Here, it is my understanding that the records have to be interpreted. They don't spell out where the cell towers are. The Honorable Bruce Harvey afforded us another case for this honorable court to look at, which is United States versus Natal, N-A-T-A-L. Your Honor, it is 849 F3rd 530. It's a Second Circuit Court of Appeals case from 2017, and it specifically states that historical cell site analysis uses cellular phone records and cell tower locations to determine within some range of error a cell phone's location at a particular time. A cell phone connects to a cell phone tower in order to assess the cellular network and communicate with other phones. Each cell tower covers a particular geographic area, which depends upon a number of the antennas operating on the cell site. While the proximity of the users is a significant factor in determining the cell tower with which the cell phone connects, other factors also play a role, including structural features of the tower, the phone, as well as the geography and the topography of surrounding environments, and all this requires expert testimony.
That's location. You're talking about location, how cell towers operate?
The location of the cell phone hitting off a tower. If it's in the record and the record comes in, and a person like yourself can just, or me, can just read the record and say, here it is, and it says it right here on the record, I don't object. And that's what United States versus Feliciano states. But what the state is going to do is extrapolate. As they told you, they're going to use Agent Bernie's information through Detective Racy, or Agent Racy now, and have him testify to location data, and then come in later, I guess, over objection, and now try to bolster that testimony or make it cumulative. And I'm not so sure that Agent Bernie even did this analysis that Detective, in fact, we were never given it, that Detective Racy is talking about. So it is really fresh testimony, that's expert testimony. I would object to saying.
What's Racy going to testify? You all told me Thursday is cell phone records and what plotting?
Yes, Your Honor, and may I respond to Mr. Steele? So
Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Sure.
Okay, it looks like the mapping of cellular telephone calls doesn't require expert testimony. United States versus Baker covers that 496 Fed APPX 201. And it cites Feliciano as well. Also, it looks like testimony concerning cell phone records, abbreviations, locations of the defendant based on a map of cell phone tower locations doesn't require expert testimony, and that's Henderson, 564F APPX 352, 10th Circuit, 2014. But it does say that Henderson distinguishes between expert testimony about how cell towers operate, which would require expert testimony, and testimony regarding cell phone records would not. So, what else, madam?
Those are the two cases I was going to direct the court's attention to, that this is distinguishable, and I'm not sure if I wasn't clear. Bernie isn't going to be testifying to anything at this point that has to do with the Lil Wayne bus shooting. I was distinguishing Bernie because Bernie is very different in what he did with the cases that he did handle, which
Is he testifying later?
he's testifying later. And so I was just using that as a distinguishing factor between what Racy did, which was look at the cell phone records, and then he plotted it based upon the records that he reviewed. He put it in MapQuest, or he'll either Google or MapQuest, he'll tell you which one he used. And then he was able to identify those particular areas, which came from the records himself.
Yeah, Baker seems to indicate, given the omnipresent nature of computer mapping software in today's society, websites such as MapQuest.com and Google Earth come to mind. So an agent's testimony about his use of mapping software was not expert testimony. So, under Feliciano. All right, I'm satisfied about that. As Mr. Steele and others, you may certainly object. I will make a continuing for the record. If it crosses over into expert testimony, I'll reconsider at that point in time. But it seems like looking at the case law that there is a distinguishment between that. So that's two. I think the third thing was, did you all work out Winfrey certified copy issue and redaction? I heard that was done. From what Ms. Love was telling us on Thursday, I should say.
If I could just have a moment to confirm, I believe it was completed, but I just need to confirm.
Okay, and then there was the July the 15th of 2015 in custody. There was supposed to be some redaction of that as well. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. The state provided on Friday morning as well a redacted copy of that interview along with the transcripts. We haven't heard anything back yet from defense counsel, but we did provide that as well.
All right. Okay. All right. Is Racy going to be your next witness? Okay. Anything else? 'Cause I think those were the four things I was supposed to take. I was supposed to inquire about. So I've exhausted my list. I'm about to call for the jury.
Can I make some questions for the court? Inquiries for the court?
Those are the four things I was covering, Mr. Steele.
Yeah, but I understand that. I appreciate it. First of all, would you give a continuing objection to any data about where a cellular telephone is for Detective, or now it's Agent Racy? I've objected to it. I believe it's preserved, but you just said make your objection, so I'd like to object. Now,
Yeah, I'll give you a continuing objection.
As far as the state added 2 more jail calls since we left on Thursday, I believe, and it was this past Thursday. So they added an additional 5 jail calls as announced. I'm objecting to the late notice of all 5. I understand you told me that the previous order is not in effect, but I'm objecting.
Well, no, it's not that it's in effect. You got all the discovery. It's just that the state needs to, like I told you before, they need to go ahead and, tip you, give you some advance warning about which calls they're going to play.
And over the Friday at about 11 o'clock, the state gave us the sections, the times that they are intended.
Which we started covering in court on Friday. We took about an hour and 15 minutes to do that.
And the court said that you already ruled on admissibility I'm still objecting to the non-testifying
Yes.
people there. I don't know if you sustained the objection or overruled it, but I would like if you.
I'm going to overrule your objection. I'll notice continued objection
Okay.
based upon the basis that the state gave me, the case law in terms of context.
And then
That was cited on Thursday.
as far as I've never seen, I don't know if it was done or not, but the supposed redaction to Mr. Jimmy Winfrey's guilty plea. But I'd like to look at that. But
Just cover that. They said it's done, but
they're finding out if it's done. But I would like to look at it.
Okay.
I'm waging objection anyway to
Sure.
everybody who does not testify, who's getting, who pled guilty under confrontation clause, under State versus Jefferson, under hearsay, and under 403. It's very unfair. I can't cross-examine any of these people.
okay.
And then with the state did a, had the with Agent Cunningham stating to Mr. Williams on July 15, 2015, while he's in custody at the DeKalb County Jail, things like, I liked your alligator chair, and I was in your house all day, and things like that, which the state is not allowed to have been in his house. That was an illegal entry into his home, as this honorable court found, as the previous honorable court has also found. So therefore, I will get with the state to show those items, but if we have a sticking point before that item is even played, I know the state mentioned through another prosecutor Thursday that they may not use it, but if they do decide to use it, I have 3 other areas that need to be redacted between the parties. If we can't agree, I'd like you to make the list.
All right, sir. Thank you. Summon our jurors, please, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Deputy Ham, all jurors present, sir. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, good morning. Good morning. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with the presentation of the state's case, okay? All right, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Agent David Race.
All right, summon Agent Racy, please. Agent Racy, good morning, sir. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Deputy Hammond, be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Yes, sir. Do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give the court and the truth and whole truth nothing but the truth, sir?
I do.
You may be seated. Can you state your first and last name for the court, please?
Yes, my name is David Racy, David Raissi.
Hey, good morning, Racy. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, commonly referred to as the ATF.
And how long have you been with the ATF?
About 4 years now. June 2020 is when I joined the agency.
And what do you do for the ATF?
I'm a special agent in a criminal enforcement group, meaning just enforcing the federal criminal laws that we have jurisdiction over as the ATF.
And prior to work with the ATF, were you employed?
Prior to ATF, I was employed by the Cobb County Police Department here in Georgia.
And how long were you with the Cobb County Police Department?
Approximately 12 and a half years.
And if you could tell the jury, so when did you start your employment with Cobb County?
So October of 2007 is when I first got hired by Cobb County.
If you can tell the jury about your time with the Cobb County Police Department over the course of those 12 and a half years.
Yes. So first, when I got hired, I had to go through our police academy, and it's approximately 6 months long. After that, I graduated the academy and was assigned to what we call Precinct 2. It's basically Austell, Powder Springs, Mableton area of Cobb County, the southern part of Cobb County. I spent approximately 4 years on uniform patrol on the overnight shift, just the graveyard late night shift. And then from there, I transferred to the narcotics unit. We call it MCS, Narcotics Marietta Cobb Smyrna. It's a multi-jurisdictional county level narcotics unit in Cobb County. I was in an undercover capacity back then when I was younger, and spent about a year and 9 months there. And so that time frame was 2012 to 2014. In 2014, I was pulled and transferred to the Crimes Against Persons Division. And I worked initially, it was kind of split, robbery and homicide within Crimes Against Persons. It later got combined all in one. But I came up under homicide and worked there for about 6 years to end out my 6.5 years. And the last kind of year and a half, 2018, 2019, somewhere around there, I was deputized as a task force officer with the ATF, meaning I was a local, but sworn in federally to be able to make federal cases as well while being assigned to the Crimes Against Persons unit. And that's kind of what segued to the full-time position at ATF as a special agent.
Now, while you were at Cobb County, did you work in any other capacities?
So I was in the military reserves at the same time, yes.
And in the military reserve, what was your role with the military reserve?
Okay, so starting off kind of 2003 to 2007, I graduated high school and enlisted in the United States Marine Corps on active duty. So I served on active duty in the Marines. My primary job was a machine gunner. I had a secondary MOS or job as a Marine security guard. I was stationed at Camp David, the presidential retreat, basically doing security there for my whole enlistment. In 2007 is when I got off active duty, and that's when I went to Cobb County Police Department. But after the Cobb County Police Department, I re-obligated to a Marine Corps unit in the reserves, which I had a different job, had to go to another training, and I became an ammunition technician. So basically the housing, classification, storage of ammunition, small arms ammunition for the Marine Corps. And then in 2010, I transferred from the Marine Corps Reserves to the Air Force Reserves here at Dobbins Air Force Base. And my job changed again to they call it security forces. It's different than Marine Corps security forces, but it's basically military police. So I changed my job in the Air Force to be military police. And then from 2010 to 2015, I did that. And then 2015, I left military police security forces and went to the Office of Special Investigation for the Air Force. So what that is basically NCIS, everyone's seen the show, or Army CID. OSI is the Air Force's version of their felony level investigative service. So I'm still in Air Force OSI. So from 2015 to present date, that's what I do in the reserves. It's just basically a special agent for the Air Force is basically what it comes down to.
Now, I'm gonna go back to your time at the Cobb County Police Department. Were you post-certified during your time at the Cobb County Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And specifically during your time where you were assigned to the Violent Crimes Unit, did you have or receive any type of training?
Yes, absolutely.
What type of training did you receive as being an investigator with the Violent Crimes Division?
So when I transferred to the Violent Crimes Unit, Crimes Against Persons, I went through basic level investigations, violent crime investigations, interviews and interrogations, search warrants, homicide investigations, advanced cell phone investigations, social media exploitation investigations. You name it, if there was training that involved violent crime, I pretty much went to the training. Cobb County Police sends us to the training. And then while I was at Crimes Against Persons, I also went to the federal criminal investigator training course for Air Force of Special Investigations for the Air Force. That's the Federal Law Enforcement Training Academy to be a criminal investigator. It's in Glencoe, Georgia. It's FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. So that's a whole nother criminal training course to become a federal investigator. So I did that while I was at Crimes Against Persons as well. So quite a bit of training.
I want to specifically now focus on two areas of training that you talked about: cell phone training and social media. So first, talking about training regarding cell phones. When we talk about training regarding cell phones, what type of training did you receive regarding cell phones?
So I went to two different courses that were specifically kind of geared or had a large training portion. One was an advanced cell phone training class. It was put on by Patsy, the Peace Officers Training Council. It's just a private company that hosts post-certification training classes. That was specifically for cell phones, reading CDRs, call detail records, cell phone exploitation for like search warrants on the actual device. They touch on geofence search warrants as well. Then I also went to the advanced homicide course. It as well touched on that. The FBI CAS team, the cellular analysis survey team, taught a portion of the advanced homicide course where they also taught the same thing: cell phone analysis, reading historical data, geofence search warrants, and kind of the same thing. And then, of course, like the basic investigator training courses also touch on that. At FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, they also touch on that. So that training is kind of continuous, but at least those two courses were specifically kind of geared towards those advanced kind of investigative techniques with cell phones.
And Agent Racy, you're kind of like me. You talk real fast.
Yes.
So I want you to slow it down a little bit.
Okay.
For me. Thank you. About how many hours of formal training did you have with cell phones?
So formal training, specifically geared towards it, I'd say probably 80 hours because it's two training classes, two 40-hour training classes, I believe it was, give or take somewhere around there.
In addition to having classroom training, did you get any other training on how to read cell phone CDRs?
Yes, absolutely. So basically on the job training as well, senior detectives or analysts that we work with, kind of when you get a criminal case and you're a baby detective or baby investigator, you have a detective training officer that kind of walks you through learning your first cases. And so those first couple of like months when you're a detective, you're getting the search warrants, you're kind of cutting your teeth basically doing investigations. And so you would have the senior detective training you and showing you as well. So on the job training as well.
And did you have the occasion to get call detail records in the case that you were investigating while at Cobb County?
Yes.
And if you can give an estimation in about how many of your cases that you handled while in the Violent Crimes Unit did you receive call detail records for?
We get CDRs for the vast majority of violent crime investigations that we do in Cobb County. I can't say every single one, but certainly ones where we know a phone number, we can develop a phone number, we develop a suspect, and we have a criminal prosecution. It's kind of standard. If I turned in a case file without kind of getting a call detail record or getting a search warrant for that,
I'll sustain this to form. You can defer to me.
Was it a requirement of you to get call detail records and majority of the cases that you handled?
you could call it a requirement. It was an expectation.
Okay. And with the call detail records that you've received, have you had the occasion to plot cell phone tower information based upon the call detail records that you received?
Absolutely.
Overruled, sir.
Yes.
Now, in Cobb County, outside of yourself as the investigator plotting call detail records, did you have any other individuals within the department that would also assist or handle plotting or analyzing of call detail records?
Yes.
Who were those individuals?
So we had crime analysts that had access to basically other tools, systems, computer programs that would help plot that data as well. We kind of changed companies that we had kind of a lease with as a provider during my time there. But yes, we utilized two primary companies that I can recall.
And let me ask you this, when you were plotting records for yourself, what type of system would you use in order to plot the data?
So if I had the raw data and I was looking at it initially, I didn't use a computer program. I did it myself. So what I would do is look at, depends on the cell phone provider that we're discussing, but sometimes they come back as an Excel document with different columns and it would give you different information. Sometimes depending on the provider, it would come up not as a Word document, but kind of like a PDF, and it would give you the same data, but stylistically different on the return from that company. And so depending on which company you got, depending on how easy it was to plot the data. But I would just take on some of them, the latitude and longitude that was provided there for that cell tower and put it simply into Google. There's other websites as well, like Radius Drawer that you can drop it in, but you could simply put it in Google and hit go, enter, and then it'll take you to latitude and longitude. And so you would get basically the Google would show you where that cell tower was.
And I know we've been using the term plotting. What is plotting?
So that's just taking that data and again, putting it like on a map, utilizing Google or utilizing one of those systems like Radius Drawer or one of those computer programs. And then it would just basically place like pin drops. Like if you had a cell phone and you just dropped a pin, basically placing pins on the map, and plotting is just kind of placing those pins.
Now, you talked about the data analysts that were hired at Cobb County. Did you always utilize their services?
Yeah, we would. So I would basically do a rough plot it myself, and then I would formally send off either email or drop a disk off to one of the crime analysts and have them utilize one of the systems like CellHawk or PLX PinLink or whatever provider we had at that time. They would basically dump the data, drop it into that system and let the system process it for more formal plotting or drawing. But I would also do it myself.
And when you were at Cobb County at the Violent Crimes Unit, did you work a particular shift?
Yes.
What was that?
So initially I worked the evening shift. So the afternoon hours from about 1:30 till about 10 or 11 at night. Our hours changed later on. But then at the latter part, I worked day shift. But during this investigation, I was working the evening shift.
Now, you also talked about you received training on social media. Tell the jury briefly about your training that you received with social media.
Very similar. So on the job training, right? We all have social media. We all know how to search things on Facebook or Instagram or one of the social media platforms. So on the job training, but then also formal training from a post-certified instructor that basically teaches you the course covered, obviously seeing an open profile to how to actually get a search warrant and upload it in the different programs, because every provider has a different way to upload a search warrant. So from step 1 to step Z or A to Z, just explain the whole process of how to get search warrants, what you're looking for, what kind of information you can get out of a search warrant or subpoena to those social media platforms, and just kind of covering everything, what they are, to how to exploit them in an investigation.
Okay. Now, while in the violent crimes unit, did you ever get any training as it related to gangs?
Yes.
What type of training did you receive?
I think it was another 40-hour, or is it 3-day or 5-day gang training put on by our gang unit at Cobb County. And again, it's just a post-certified Georgia post course, and it was intro to gangs. So the national level gangs, like the well-known ones, the Bloods, the Crips, the GDs, to the hybrid gangs that we have in the metro Atlanta area, and then to the non-traditional gangs that exist as well, and then prison gangs that exist. So it just kind of covered a high level view of gangs, and then got more specific into the gangs that we're seeing in our area as well.
And while you were in the violent crime unit, let me be clear, were you assigned to the gang unit?
No, I was not.
Would gangs come up in your investigation by being a detective in the violent crimes unit?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
In addition to the formal 40-hour training, did you get any on-the-job training regarding gangs as you were an investigator in the violent crimes unit?
Absolutely.
What did that entail?
So when we would have basically a violent crime, a shooting, a murder, anything like that, at Cobb County, we kind of had, as a homicide detective, you had all the resources of the department at your beck and call. So if we needed a gang investigator, I would simply just call a gang investigator, and it was expected, and they would show up and immediately do what they can to assist. Same thing with other aspects, but if there was any indication that the crime from the initial response to the call that appeared to be gang motivated violence, or where the shooting happened possibly indicated to what type of violence it was, we would immediately reach out to our gang unit and basically utilize them as a resource to help us in the investigation.
Okay. Now, when you were assigned to the violent crimes unit, how were cases assigned to you as an investigator?
So there's a couple different ways. So if we're just sitting in the office and it's evening shift and a crime occurs, we had like a radio that scanned all the channels in Cobb County, and we would kind of hear if there was a violent crime that happened. And then the supervisor on duty, we would await a phone call from patrol to let us know, and a supervisor on duty would just pick a detective that was going to lead the case. They knew our caseloads. They knew who was kind of actively working something hot and heavy, or who kind of was in a lull, and they would pick based on that. Sometimes if you're the one that just simply answered the phone while you're sitting there and a patrol officer called to report something, well, you answer the phone, then it's your call, and you investigate it. If we were off duty and you were the on-call detective, like you were the duty detective for that weekend or that, off shift hours, the calls would get filtered by a supervisor in our office. And then again, they would just call those on-call detectives and say, hey, we have a call out. You got to respond out and investigate. So there's a couple different ways that it can come in.
I want to direct your attention to the morning of April 26, 2015. Did you have the occasion respond to 3376 Peachtree Road, Atlanta, Georgia, which is also known as the Mandarin Hotel?
Yes.
And was that location Fulton County?
It was in Fulton County.
Where did you respond from?
Home.
And do you know what time you got to the location?
I think it was like 4:30 in the morning. It was 4 something in the morning.
And as a Cobb County police officer, why did you respond to that location?
Basically, a call came in to Cobb County 911. Initially, the victims of the incident traveled into Fulton County. Once at their final stop location, Atlanta police responded, and Atlanta police then also contacted Cobb County and reported that the incident happened in our jurisdiction. So then kind of the calls got initiated from there.
What, if any, information did you have prior to you responding to the scene?
It was very limited. The supervisor on duty called me and basically said, a tour bus was shot up. We knew that there was a celebrity on board, but it was on the interstate and there's basically no suspects, no real description other than a couple vehicles. And we had, I think, a vehicle description at that time. But it was very limited information.
Once you got on scene, what did you find when you arrived at the hotel?
So when I arrived, there were 2 tour buses outside the hotel, and there were 2 people that were in the tour buses that were still there to speak with me.
And did you immediately speak with those individuals? Or did you speak with any law enforcement officers prior to talking to any potential witnesses?
I spoke with Uniform Patrol first, kind of same thing in Cobb County. When we respond out, you kind of get briefed by the Uniform Patrol, what's going on, what they know, do they have any additional facts or information. So I first spoke with, I think it was a sergeant with Atlanta Police that was on the scene, and then later, spoke with those 2 individuals who remained.
And who were the 2 individuals that remained that you spoke with?
Alvin Lewis, who was a bus driver for the lead bus, the first tour bus, and then a James Mulvey, who was kind of like a security guard / manager for Lil Wayne, Dwayne Carter.
And based on your conversations with them, not telling what they said, did you get more information to assist you in starting your investigation?
Yes.
What information did you receive that was helpful in your investigation?
That would be compensation clause.
Your Honor, Director Court quick.
I'll overrule the objection.
So we had basically a limited description of a couple vehicles. One specifically was a white, that it was thrown out there that could be a Corvette or sports car, but just a white vehicle that was the main offender vehicle. And there was a description of a couple other vehicles as well. I think one was like possibly a truck or SUV, and then just the other one was just like a car, like a third just car. I don't think that we actually had a description of it.
And you said that you learned there was a celebrity one of us. What celebrity was one of us?
Overrule, sir.
So Lil Wayne would be his, I guess, performance or stage name. Dwayne Carter's his legal name. There was another smaller, I think, rapper who was also on board, but not going to be nearly as well known, at least to me. But yeah, those.
And through your investigation, you learned outside of Mr. Carter, were there other individuals on either the first bus or the second bus?
Yes.
Were you ever able to identify the other individuals outside of Mr. Carter, outside of Mr. Lewis, outside of Mr. Mobley that was on the bus?
Yes.
How?
So the Atlanta police sergeant basically had a piece of paper that he had names on, and he handed that to me.
Did that list of names have any identifying information outside of their names?
No.
Did it have any phone numbers?
No.
Did it have any addresses?
No.
Or just the names?
It was just names.
Were any of those individuals outside so that you could speak with them when you arrived?
No.
About how long were you on the scene with them?
Oh, it would have been a couple hours, I would say, maybe 2 hours if I had to guess, but
During the course of those 2 hours, did any of those individuals on that list, outside of Mr. Mobley and Mr. Lewis, try to speak with you?
no.
At any point during your investigation, were you ever able to speak with any of those individuals?
I think I briefly spoke with one. No, I mean, nothing substantive. I think we might have spoke with one person on the phone that basically said they
Don't
didn't.
tell me what they said.
Okay.
So you go with one person.
Maybe one person.
And to be clear, was it that night or the one April 26th or sometime later?
Sometime later.
And again, don't tell me anything that you said. Was there anything that provided you any evidentiary value from that conversation?
No evidentiary value, no.
Now, while you were on scene, what did you do as part of your investigation?
So again, interviewed the people that were involved, looked at the tour buses. A crime scene tech responded out with me. I requested a crime scene tech. I discussed what we had with that crime scene tech. She photographed the scene for me while I was standing there. We were able to walk on. Alvin Lewis gave us permission to walk on his tour bus. So we were able to view the damage on his tour bus and collect some physical evidence from his tour bus.
Why did you have a crime scene technician come out to the scene?
Just to,
Sure. Why did you have a crime scene tech come out to the scene?
I wanted formal photographs taken and I wanted evidence collected in the best manner that could possibly be taken and collected.
And you said that Mr. Lewis allowed you on his bus. Were you ever allowed to go into the interior of the other bus?
No.
And your crime scene tech, when they arrived on scene, were they able to take pictures?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what had been previously marked and admitted. A few exhibits. First, looking at exhibit 40E, is this one of the pictures that the crime scene tech took while there that morning?
Yes.
And do you recall if this was the first or the second bus?
I think this is going to be the second bus.
Looking at 40E, do you have certain types of pictures that you want to take or that you want the crime scene tech to take while she's out there?
Yes. So first, crime scene tech or detective is going to take overall photos and then basically move their way in. So overall, medium, close up photos.
Why is that?
I mean, you're just trying to be able to provide the totality of what happened and then also get detailed photos of kind of what happened. So just getting a perspective of from outward to inward, kind of where you're going and what you're looking at.
Okay. We're going to look at 41E and 42E. Is that same concept of having the outward pictures first before you go into more detail?
Correct.
Looking at 43E, what was significant for you as an investigator for the crime scene tech capture, and when we're looking at 43E?
We're starting to look at defects from presumably projectiles.
All right, and are those two defects that you were focused on?
Yes.
All right, looking at 44E. What is 44E?
Again, that's going to be a defect from a projectile.
Is that a close-up of what we saw in 43?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the purpose of taking this close-up?
I mean, it's to show us the damage. And depending on the type of material that has the defect, you can tell which direction the projectile is going based off of pattern of movements. So we're always going to take close-up photos to try to capture as much detail as possible.
And in your experience, when you tell the direction of travel, and we'll go back to 43E, of these two defects that you see here?
Sure. So, I mean, if you want me to go into detail, the bottom one is kind of more angled than versus straight on. So if we took like a guide rod, we could probably put it actually in that hole, and that would actually show us the trajectory of that bullet. But that looks like it's a projectile. It looks like that's more kind of at an angle. This one kind of gets a little bit more head on.
When you say this one, if you can circle.
Oh, okay.
Go to the bottom left.
Sure. Oh,
This should be a pen.
okay.
Okay, now when you first said this one, which one are you referring to?
So this one is the bottom one that kind of has a more left to right kind of linear pattern. So we could probably stick a guide rod if we could in there and be able to see the kind of the trajectory of where that projectile came. And again, this top one doesn't have that same left to right or right to left kind of motion. So that angle of impact likely changed versus this one.
And you talk about the guide rods. Did you put any guide rods or do anything with guide rods as it relates to these two buses on the morning of April 26th?
No, we did not.
Any reason why?
I mean, usually what you're trying to determine with guide rods is kind of the angle that shots were fired. So maybe if the crime scene was in a smaller vehicle and we're trying to see where the offenders were standing in relation to the overall crime scene, that could be beneficial, or if everything occurred in a small room or small vehicle. But on this is the interstate. I have no idea where the shooting even started. I have no idea where the shooting occurred. So getting a guide rod showing us that angle is going to have limited probative value for me as an investigator at this point in time. We know what we know. Projectiles were shot at the tour bus. The angles kind of really don't matter to me that much from at least initially on scene right here.
We're gonna go to 44E. Sorry, 45E. What was significant for you in when we're looking at 45?
Again, it's just another defect.
And are these different from what we saw before?
Yes.
And looking at 47E, again, was that the same reason why you had the crime tech take these pictures?
Correct, yes.
As well.
Mhm.
Moving to 49E. Is that again for the same reason?
Yes.
And 51E? Is that again for the same reason?
Yes.
All right. Now, with all of the ones that we just saw, are these all different defects on the bus?
Yes.
Now I want to look at Stacey Exhibit 59. Looking at Stacey Exhibit 59E and 60E, what is depicted in 59E and 60?
So that's going to be a projectile that's kind of flattened out from hitting the surface.
And where was that projectile found?
That's going to be inside of a bus.
Inside of the passenger car people were sitting, inside of the bottom of the bus, or somewhere else?
I believe this one, if this is, it's going to still be on that first bus. This is going to be on the bottom kind of luggage compartment area of the bus.
Now looking at Stacey Exhibit 67E. What was significant about looking at 67E?
Okay, so this is going to be the rear of the bus, and this is going to be, obviously, we're seeing, the state tag, and we're seeing the name of the bus, but we're going to start seeing some defects here, as we can see.
And is this the same bus that we looked at previously, or this is the secondary? Or
This is
the other bus?
This is going to be the other bus, the lead bus. So this is, in reality, it's the first bus that was driving in the caravan.
Now looking at 68E and 69E. What was the significance of those two?
So this is going to be like the back side, like where kind of like the radiator is of the bus. The engine's actually in the back of the bus for this tour coach bus. And so that's kind of like into the engine radiator kind of area of the bus. And we can see the damage kind of like in the middle center bottom. We see there's a hole in the radiator or the rails there.
Looking at 71E and 74E. What was the significance of you as an investigator taking those two pictures?
Sir,
Cumulative.
I'll overrule the objection.
This is going to be another projectile strike, and this is the driver's rear mirror at like the driver's driving would be to the driver's left of the first bus, Alvin Lewis's bus.
And we're going to move to 82 and 83.
So I'm gonna overrule myself. I'm gonna sustain this objection. We have had testimony about this already, so
Okay.
we'll move on to something else.
Sure. If we can go to '89E. Look at '89E. Is that a projectile inside of '89?
I have message on mine, so it's kind of blocking it.
Do you see the item that's on the,
Yes, that's a projectile.
was that projectile collected in addition to the one found in the luggage compartment?
Yes.
The one in the luggage compartment, how did you find the one in the luggage compartment?
You just open up the little door that's there.
And did you collect those two items?
Yes, we did.
In addition to those items, did you receive any other projectiles?
Yes,
How many additional projectiles did you receive?
2 additional.
When did you get the first additional projectile that you received?
It was like the following day, or I think it was like maybe the 28th, so like a day or 2 after the incident occurred.
And from whom did you get it from?
Mr. Alvin Lewis provided it to Investigator Dennis, and Investigator Dennis provided it directly to me.
And then the fourth projectile that you received, from whom did you receive it from?
Pioneer Coach, the actual tour bus company themselves.
And how long after did you receive that fourth projectile?
It was more than a week after. So,
And did you place those projectiles into evidence?
yes.
You're on permission to approach?
Yes, ma'am. You've already shown that to the defense counsel?
I believe they've seen it before. I believe they've seen it previously, but I'm going to show it to them again.
Okay.
May I approach Ron?
You may, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's in the mark station, 130E, 131E, and 132E.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me if you recognize the 130E, 131E, Echo, and 132.
I do recognize him.
And how do you recognize, first let's start with Station Exhibit 130 Echo.
So it's marked with our evidence units labels that we have on there. My name's on that label. And then I could see the crime scene tech who responded out there to the scene with me, her date and time of collection.
And would she have collected that while in your presence?
Absolutely.
All right. It would have been in your direction.
Yes.
Now looking at Station Exhibit 131 Echo. How do you recognize Exhibit 131 Echo?
The same. It has a Cobb County Police evidence label. It has my name on it. It has the crime scene tech's initials and her date and time of collection as well.
And 131 Echo, do you know that's the one that you received from Mr. Lewis, from Detective Dennis?
Correct. Yes.
And did he pay that to you?
Yes.
And did you then give it to your crime scene tech?
That's correct.
All right. And now looking at Exhibit 132 Echo, how do you recognize 132 Echo?
So this one has my handwriting and my initials on it, but the same as the previous one. It has the Cobb County Police evidence label. It has my name on it, the case number, just same information as the others.
And looking at those three exhibits, does it appear to have been open or still sealed in the form that you saw back in 2015?
Yes, so it has the Cobb County Police labels or evidence tape with initials, and then it has the GBI Crime Labs label and then initials on it as well.
You're right, this time the state right to 10 Exhibit 130 Echo, 131 Echo, 132 Echo.
Sure, any objections to states 130, 131, or 132 echo?
Your Honor, just 130 and 131 and 132, I object to the envelopes. There's writing on the envelopes, if you could take that up. And then 132E, I don't believe there's been a chain of custody.
May I see him, please? Here you go, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any further objections, Mr. Steele? No. All right, I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir.
Proclamation to publish.
You may publish.
Okay, let me start with 60 to 130 echo, and if you can open up 60 to 130 echo.
Okay. Would you like me to open the interior?
Yeah, so first, let's start with the first item. What is contained in this first item?
Okay, so this one is going to be,
It's gonna be 130, we'll make it echo alpha and echo beta. I think it's, sorry, Bravo. So first, we're gonna look at one echo alpha.
okay, so this first one that you handed me is the projectile that was collected from the interior of bus number 1. So Alvin Lewis is the lead bus.
And you can open up first, 130 echo alpha.
Yes, from the kitchen cabinet, yes.
And if you could just hold it up. And would that be the same one that says State's Exhibit 89?
Yes, it appears to be the same one.
Now we can open up 130 echo Bravo.
So this is that one that came from the luggage area of bus number 2, which we showed it first, but it comes from the luggage area. of bus number 2, and it's that smushed one.
All right, and now you can put a, open up 131. And looking at the copy, you open up that, where, is this the one that came from, Dennis?
Correct.
And do you know where on the bus it came from?
This is going to be the one, the radiator. I believe it came out of that Alvin Lewis found. Oops.
Thank you. And then Stacy give it 132.
Sticker.
No. And then 132.
Trying not to cut over another seal. Cut it open as well. Okay.
And then, again, how did you receive this exhibit in 132 Echo?
From Pioneer Coach.
All right. Now, going back to the crime scene, once you had the crime scene tech take the pictures, you spoke with the APD officers, and you spoke with Mr. Lewis and Mr. Mulvey, did you do anything else in that early morning hours as it relates to your investigation?
I don't think so. I think we just spoke with Uniform Patrol, those 2 witnesses, victims, and then photographed the scene. And I returned to Cobb County Police Headquarters. And then, of course, we placed into evidence and then sent out our necessary notifications that were required to do so.
And what you put in evidence were the first 2 projectiles that you had from the cover from the mother. Sorry. Sure. Were the 2 projectiles you put in evidence, the projectile from the cabinet and the projectile from the luggage?
Yes.
I stand the objection.
Should I rephrase it, Your Honor?
You should rephrase this.
I'll waive the objection.
Okay, all right.
Now, during your investigation, did you ever obtain the Cobb County 911 call and CAD report in this case?
Yes.
For the CAD report, are you familiar with the CAD report?
Yes.
And what is a CAD report?
So it's a computer aided dispatch or automated aided dispatch.
And are you familiar with how the call automated dispatch works?
Yes.
Is the CAD report, is it often called the CAD report?
Yes. We refer to it as CAD, just common speak. Yes.
Is the CAD kept in a regular ordinary course of business with the Cobb County Communication Center?
Yes.
And with the CAD, is it generated at or near the time of the call in which it reflects?
It's contemporaneous. It's while the call comes in, it's CAD's being generated.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to see the CAD as it relates to this investigation involving April 26, 2015?
Yes.
You're on permission to approach? And,
Shown that to the defense counsel already.
yes, or they've had it previously, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm showing you what the market state exhibit 1E. Tell me if you recognize this as a 1E.
I do.
And how do you recognize that Exhibit 1E?
Because it's giving the location of the incident, and it's also giving the caller who called in, and I just recognize it because it's part of my case file and the date and the time, et cetera.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD for this incident of the morning of April 26, 2015?
Yes.
Does it appear to have any additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, this time still would like to tender 6 Exhibit 1E into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
Basis.
It's not the proper witness for foundation purposes, plus it's confrontation clause and hearsay.
We'll sustain the objection.
Let me ask you this. Do you know approximately what time the call from Mr. Lewis came in?
Yes.
About what time did the call from Mr. Lewis come in?
3.
I'm
Your
gonna
Honor.
overrule the objection.
3:14 a.m. on April 26, 2015.
And based on your investigation, do you know who made the call?
Yes.
Who? Your Honor, he's not testifying to hearsay. He's testifying to what his investigation revealed. Again, that would be.
I'm
that-
gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
Alvin Lewis.
And based on your investigation, do you know approximately where the call was made?
Overrule, sir.
It was made on 285 North between Atlanta Road and I-75.
Now, during the course of your investigation, were you ever able to determine the route that the buses took to get to 285?
Yes.
What did you determine that route to be?
So club compounds off Brady Avenue in Atlanta, Fulton County. They basically turned right onto Marietta Street.
You have an objection, sir? Basis.
I just have a continuing objection.
No, you may have a continuing objection, sir. Absolutely.
And also the gentleman, treating agent is reading from a itemless document.
Yeah, and detective, you can, or Agent Lazy, you can't read from the document. You
Yes, Your Honor.
just turn it over and leave it there for the time being, unless your memory needs to be refreshed.
And were you reading from that document right now?
No, that doesn't have the direction right on there, Your Honor.
All right, sir.
Yes, so club compounds on Brady Avenue. The investigation determined that the convoy, the buses escorted by Atlanta police, turned right going north on Marietta Street. Marietta Street turns into Atlanta Road when it enters Cobb County. And from Atlanta Road, they turned right going northbound on 285.
Now, once you left the Mandarin Hotel the morning of April 26th, what, if any, information did you have to move forward with your investigation?
Not much at all. We had a basic vehicle description and that was it.
Did you have any investigative leads as to whether or not there was surveillance video that captured the shooting or fingerprints or eyewitnesses that captured the shooting?
We had nothing. And by the nature of this crime, we did not have fingerprints or DNA or anything like that.
How did that impact your initial investigation?
It was detrimental. By the nature of this crime, we don't have the typical leads that we would try to go down at that initial onset of the investigation.
Did you eventually get information that assisted with your investigation?
Yes.
How did you receive that information?
A gang investigator from Atlanta Police Department, investigator Tyrone Dennis, contacted me and advised that he potentially had information that could assist in the
Confrontation clause also accused who specified to execute.
And your Honor, if I can respond.
Yeah.
He has to tell you how he got the information. The reason why we brought Dennis first is so.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay, continue.
Investigator Dennis contacted me and advised he might have some information that could assist in the investigation.
When did he first make contact with you?
It was either the day after the incident or that Monday. So either going into the Sunday, he either contacted me Sunday or that Monday, the first work day.
And how did you all first interact with each other? Over the phone, in person, or something else?
He called. It was over the phone.
Once he called and you spoke with him, did you ever meet him in person?
Yes.
When did you meet him in person?
immediately thereafter. It was either that same exact day or the following day. There's really no delay.
Where did you all meet?
The Atlanta Police Headquarters.
And when you met with him, did you go with anyone from Cobb County?
Yes.
Who?
One of my supervisors, Lieutenant Casinda.
When you got to APD, did you only meet with Investigator Dennis?
No.
Who all was present when you met with Investigator Dennis?
We met multiple times, but on that initial time, Investigator Gaither, a TFO, task force officer, she's with the Sheriff's Department, but it was Kimberly Underwood, I believe, was there. An ATF special agent, Tyra Cunningham, may have been there. There may have been one or two other task force officers or gang investigators that were there. I met multiple times, so it's kind of hard to remember that one particular time.
And you said gang investigators. Did you know what unit Investigator Dennis was a part of?
Yes.
Okay, and what unit was that?
It was the gang unit. I think they changed names at some point in time to the intel unit, but I just refer to them as the gang unit.
Out of the other individuals who were there, did you know of any of them, any of the other people, specifically Gaither, did you know if she was a part of the gang unit?
I learned that at the meeting.
On this initial encounter with these individuals, Gaither, Dennis, about how long did you meet with them?
Sir.
It was probably at least an hour, 2 hours maybe. It wasn't all day, but it was lengthy enough to gather intel.
Okay. And did that meeting with these individuals provide you information that assisted with your investigation?
Yes.
What was the type of information that you learned as a part of this meeting with specifically Investigator Dennis?
And documentation for the, you know, mind, including that too, sir.
You're right. Investigator Dennis testified last week.
Full rule, sir, on both Mr. Shard as well as Mr. Steele.
I learned that there was basically like an ongoing beef or ongoing dispute, basically multiple violent crimes going back and forth between two groups, and that this incident may be associated with those previous incidents.
Now, prior to meeting with the gang, did you have any knowledge or information about what they told you?
No, none of the crimes had occurred in my jurisdiction, so I was not aware of it.
Was this information helpful to your investigation?
Yes.
As a result of this meeting, did the APD investigators continue to assist you with this investigation?
Yes.
Was there anyone specifically who could continue to assist you with this investigation?
Investigator Dennis and Gaither both, but primarily I would say Investigator Dennis.
And after leaving this meeting, did you develop a potential suspect in this case?
Yes, we did.
Who was that suspect?
Mr. Jimmy Winfrey.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you ever try to obtain surveillance video?
Yes.
When did you attempt to go look for surveillance video?
I think it was on like the 28th, so that Monday or Tuesday, basically like the next work day or two.
Where did you go?
So we went to Club Compound, Brady Avenue, and that area.
When you went, did you go with anyone?
Yes.
Who?
There's another crimes against persons detective, Tracy Ritchie.
And when you went to the compound, did you meet with anyone?
We spoke with I believe it was like the owner or manager of the club at the time.
Do you recall his name?
Oof, no, not off the top of my head right now. I'd have to look at my report.
We'll look at the copy for help.
It would, yes.
You have permission to approach?
He's shown that copy to defense counsels already.
Yes, I'll direct it to a page. I'm going to show you once again, Marty States Exhibit 171E. Do you recognize it? Oh,
I do recognize it. I can answer that, yes.
how do you recognize?
This appears to be our prosecution checklist. It's a prosecution packet that we basically build to turn over to the district attorney's office.
And does that appear to be a fair and complete portion of your reporting portion of that?
It does.
Your Honor, to refresh, Detective Lacy, the statement of like intended for the purpose of refreshing recollection, case number 171.
It'll just be noted for purpose of the record. It states 171.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll come back to that in a moment, who you went with. Were you able to find, where did you go find surveillance video?
So Brady Avenue, we went to the club and then basically walked that whole block, the intersections around there, just looking for any sort of video that was external to any of the businesses that were there.
And did you find any surveillance video that was assisting your investigation?
No.
Okay. Outside of looking at the compound, as you walked up and down Brady, did you find any surveillance video on any of the businesses up, down, and did they have surveillance video that was assisting your investigation? I'm sorry. You talked about going to the compound and you talked about walking up Brady Avenue. Did you see any businesses that had surveillance video that would assist in your investigation?
Oh, objection.
No, I didn't see any businesses with surveillance cameras that would assist, no.
Outside of looking at surveillance video or looking for surveillance video in the area of the compound, did you make any requests for any other surveillance video as a part of your investigation?
Some other video did come up. Investigator Dennis, I believe, followed up on parts of the request. Being that it was in Atlanta, it was kind of, depending on what I was doing that day, we would task each other out kind of thing. And so I think Investigator Dennis was able to capture some video.
Where did you capture video from?
Application process is already.
Your Honor, he has talked about his investigation, which comes from,
Oh, the objection.
where did he get the, that video from?
We called it the Vault, like a recording studio, but it was on Metropolitan Avenue. I don't remember the numbers, but Metropolitan Avenue in Atlanta.
Okay. And did that video assist in your investigation?
Yes.
How?
So the video depicted vehicles that were possibly involved in this incident, basically kind of meeting up and traveling together in a group. Yes.
Okay. And now I want to go back to the individual you met with. If you could look at page 56 of your report.
Okay.
Did looking at page 56 help refresh your memory?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Who was the individual that you met with?
It looked like a Michael Gitawan or Gadtawan, depending on pronunciation.
Now, earlier you testified that you developed Jimmy Winfrey as a suspect. What, if any, information did you have regarding his potential involvement in the case?
So we learned that he basically,
I'll overrule the objection, sir.
so we learned that he was associated with one of the groups that had an ongoing dispute with the victims, at least Mr. Lil Wayne, Mr. Dwayne Carter. Furthermore, we learned that he had a vehicle or operated a vehicle that generally met the description of one of the vehicles involved in the shooting on the interstate.
And given this information that you had about Jimmy Winfrey and you had his name as a suspect, were you ever able to get a phone number for Mr. Winfrey?
Yes, we were.
Do you recall what was the phone number that you received from Mr. Winfrey?
The actual phone number, the digits, I believe it was 3383 was the last four, but it was a 44 area code. I don't remember the three digits in the middle.
We're looking at a copy of your report, help refresh your memory.
Sure.
If you could look at page 55 here.
Okay. Yes.
Look at page 55, help refresh your memory as to the
Yes.
phone number.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the phone number?
404-664, excuse me, 404-664-3383.
And once you received his phone number, what, if anything, did you do with that information?
At that point in time, I was authored and applied for a search warrant for call detail record and historical cell site data.
Why did you want to obtain his call detail records?
Well, if he's a suspect in this incident and there's multiple parties that were involved, we wanted to know who he's talking to, who he's associated with. The cell site data can provide somewhat geographical location information. So it would help us at least rule him out as a suspect or rule him in as a suspect.
And did you ever receive his records?
Yes.
Sure.
You may approach now.
I'm going to show you a few documents. I'm gonna show you what's marked associated with 133 Echo, 133 Echo Alpha, 133 Echo Beta, and 133 Echo Charlie.
Charlie.
And I think I should have said Bravo, not Beta.
Bravo, yes,
If you could take a moment and look at those and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize them.
First, starting with 133 Echo. How do you recognize Exhibit 133 Echo?
This is just a business record certification that we request cell phone providers to give us when we send off a legal compliance search warrant subpoena to a provider.
Now looking at 133 Echo Alpha.
Echo Alpha.
Yes.
Yep.
What is 133 Echo Alpha?
So this is a disc that contains the cell phone records, to the records that we're talking about, and my initials are on it and today's date.
And have you had the opportunity to review that CD to make sure it contains the records that you received back in 2015?
Yes,
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the records that you received back in 2015 as it relates to this case?
it does.
All right, now looking at 133 Echo Charlie. Oh, excuse me, Echo Beta, I apologize.
Bravo.
Bravo, I'm sorry.
Yes.
What is 133 Echo Bravo?
So this is basically kind of like the subscriber information page. It's just some information from Sprint. But yeah, mostly subscriber information and data about the device and the account that the legal process was on.
And then lastly, looking at 133 Echo Charlie.
Yes, this is just going to be an Excel document of one of the files that was provided to us by Sprint.
And looking at 133 Echo Charlie, does it have some highlights on 133 Echo Charlie?
It does.
And is that, when you initially receive the data from Sprint, does the initial data have any highlights on it?
No, it doesn't.
Is 133 Echo Charlie a demonstrative of what contains on 130 Echo Alpha?
Yes.
You're on this time, the state would like to attend the first state exhibit 133 Echo, 133 Echo Alpha, 133 Echo Bravo, as evidence in this case.
Council's any objection to states 133 Echo, Echo Alpha, or Echo Bravo?
I don't object to the records are on a CD. I do object to the authentication from another person. Just the authentication, that would be under continuing witness, and the demonstrative, going back to the jury, under continuing witness.
All right, first, we have a certification.
We do have it.
All right, I'm gonna overrule your objection.
I have not done 130 Echo Charlie yet.
Yeah, so,
You're on this
okay.
time, the state would like to attend the 130 Echo Charlie as demonstrative evidence.
All right, any objection to states 133 Echo Charlie, demonstrative?
I can't hear you.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. Okay, all right. I'll admit that, states 133 Echo Charlie. Let me be published as you see fit.
Now, once you receive the records, and we're going to focus on 130 Echo Alpha, did you review those records?
Yes.
And after reviewing the records, did you find any information that assisted with your investigation?
Yes.
Before we go on, Madam, I have it on good authority. We need to take a motion. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take 10 minutes and we'll go ahead and reconvene at that point in time. All rise. It's my dog. It's my dog. All right. Detective Racer, you may take your break at this point in time too, sir. All right. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury is left. You're welcome to take your comfort break. We're in recess.
Is that what happens to that? Yeah.
He's short a few.
Crowd, please come back. Yep.
Please, thank you.
Can you text them or? All right, Sergeant Brown, do we have all our participants that we need? Okay. Yes. All right, okay. All right, Council, if you all could gather your seats, please, and we'll go ahead and, yeah, go ahead and we have our witness, summon our jury, please.
jurors present accountable.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ms. Hilton, before you continue, just to make it clear for purpose of the record, the court did admit, or I did, it's asked that I admit 133 Echo, 133 Echo Alpha, Echo Bravo, and Echo Charlie. I have admitted all of those exhibits over objection. So just for purpose of record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you received those cell phone records, did you review them?
I did.
And after you reviewed those records, did you find any information that assisted in your investigation?
Yes.
What information did you find that assisted in your investigation?
Ingoing, outgoing calls and location information as well, location history.
All right. So let's first talk about the location history. Did you, when we talk about the location history, are you referencing plotting the calls?
That's correct.
And did you plot the calls yourself initially?
Yes.
And after you plotted the calls, did you give it to your analyst, as you talked about earlier, to plot as well?
Yes.
I stand objection.
Specifically as it relates to these calls, did your analyst plot these specific calls in addition to you?
Yes.
That's Mr. Steele leading. Yeah, and I'm gonna overrule the objection.
After your analyst specifically plotted these calls, did you have to amend anything that you did initially when you plotted the calls?
No.
Now let's talk about the calls you plotted. Do you remember all the calls that you plotted?
I mean, I don't have them memorized exactly, but I know I went to focused in on initially at least the time and date of the incident, particularly the location information or location history, cell site data for that specific time frame, just to see if Mr. Winfrey, his cell phone, at least, or the cell phone associated with him, was in the area.
And the location that you plotted, did you put that in your report?
Yes.
We're looking at your report, help refresh your memory as to specifically which data points you plotted.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to page 61 to 62.
You said page 61?
Yes.
Of which exhibit now?
Sorry, on Stacey's in the 171.
Yes, my report has the lat and the long, and the time in which the record shows that latitude and longitude for the specific cell towers.
And about how many plots did you plot initially when you did it yourself?
Oh, okay. If you don't mind. Okay. Roughly 11 cell tower locations with dates and times.
Now I want to start with the first plot. What was the time period that you plotted?
Basically before the shooting incident is what I was going for. I'd have to look at the exact time if you want the exact time.
Yes.
But what I was doing was before the shooting incident, during the time of the shooting incident, and then after the shooting incident is what I was looking for.
So would it help refresh your memory to look at the first plot to see the time that you, the initial plot that you did?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And what page are you looking for in Stacey's exhibit? What page are you looking at in Stacey's exhibit 170?
61. So it's going to be at 0038 hours, it appears, is my first plot. So that's like 12:38 in plain time, the 12-hour time versus the 24-hour time. 0038 is the 24-hour like military time.
All right. And was there a time frame that you looked at when this first plot, from 12:38 until when?
I'd have to look again, ma'am. There's a.
That's fine.
Okay.
Refresh your memory.
138. So it's 0138 if you're going military.
And what day is this?
This is the 26th.
And what was the approximate, were you able to identify location?
Yes.
What was the location or the approximate area of the location that you identified as where this phone was at that time?
So the cell tower was in the area of Metropolitan Avenue, the Vault Studio, generally.
You said the Vault Studio?
Correct.
And in looking at the actual record, so State's Exhibit 133 Echo Charlie, are you able to determine, is he calling multiple phone numbers in this time frame or just one specific number?
I'd have to look, ma'am.
And we're looking at 133 Echo Charlie, help you to answer that question?
It would.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It looks like it's primarily calling one other number, but there's another number in there, but the vast majority of calls are to one number, is what it appears to be.
What's the one number?
It ends in 1990. I'd have to look again and refresh my memory for the full, like 9-digit phone number.
That's in evidence, so you can read from it.
Okay.
So what's the phone number?
404-583-1990.
And what's the other number that he's calling?
So the one other number, it appears to be a 702-626-8730.
But the primary number is in 1990?
That's correct.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. What is the second time frame that you plotted?
Can I refer to my report?
You sure can.
Okay, 0201, so 201, and then 0308, I believe, or 04.
Sure, I'm not writing this right. When did this 201 end?
So 201 to 304.
Is it still on the, on the morning of 426?
That's correct.
Where was the area that it plotted generally, like the address? Where was the address area that it plotted to generally?
Generally, the cell tower is in the area of Brady Avenue, so club compound.
During this time period, is he calling multiple numbers or is there a primary number? What is he calling?
Can I look at the records?
You can.
Okay. So he's calling multiple numbers, but I'd say half are that same 1990 phone number that we're dealing with. And then there's, it looks like some other phone numbers mixed in as well.
What's the third area that you plotted? What's the time frame there?
Can I look at my report?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Alright.
To make sure I'm right. So it's 0307, so 307 to 308, so a 1 minute time frame,
Still on 426.
correct?
What's the general area address wise?
It's generally a cell tower in the area of Atlanta Road and 285 kind of area. So it's kind of like basically getting away from Brady Avenue, the club compound, going towards 285.
And as far as what phone number is he calling?
May I refer?
Yes.
Okay. You said I could read from this because it's in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a couple phone numbers, short duration calls. Would you like me to read them?
Are they all the same number or multiple different numbers?
It appears there's different numbers. Looks like there's 3 numbers is what it's going to be from that 0307 to 0308. It looks like 3 phone numbers are contacted during that time period.
What are the 3 phone numbers?
The first one is 404-579-2614.
What's the second one?
770-710-4466.
What's the third number?
404-583-1990.
Is that the same 1990 as you talked about earlier?
That's correct.
All right. And this Atlanta Road and I-285, based on your investigation, that route that the bus was taking to get back to their hotel.
That's correct.
What is the plot that you do after that?
May I refer to my report?
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like one at 0310, so 3:10 a.m.
Still on 426.
Correct.
Okay. Where's that? Where's the general area that call is?
So the cell tower is located at 285 in Atlanta Road. So just the other one was Atlanta Road near 285. This one is a little bit more towards the intersection, 285 and Atlanta Road.
And is this in Cobb County?
We're in Cobb County now.
Okay. And do we have any phone numbers? What are the numbers that he's calling at that time?
I'll refer to my call detail records.
You're not as it relates to 310.
I'll rule the objection.
So the phone call is a phone call that goes from 308 to 310, and that phone number is the 404-583-1990.
So it's that same 1990.
Same 1990.
Now, what is the next area, or excuse me, time that you plotted?
May I refer to my report? All right, we're getting this. So 314 hours is what it appears to be.
Now, looking at your report, did you have the location of that call?
No, it looks like I didn't put the location.
Do you know where that is sitting here today?
Yes.
Okay. Still 426?
Yes,
All right. What is the general area of that call?
that's gonna be on 285. That one's like, if I recall from when I plotted it, I think it was on the north side of 285, right there, 285 between Atlanta Road and 75. If my memory serves me.
Could you repeat that, sir, and speak up just a little bit for us?
Yes, sir. So what I said was that cell tower is in the area of 285. I believe from my memory was north of 285, so kind of in the Smyrna area, but it was between Atlanta Road and I-75.
And looking at the phone numbers, what, is he calling multiple, is the phone calling multiple phone numbers or one number based upon the record?
So at 314, he's at 314 specifically, 314 to 315, he's calling one number.
What number is it?
It's going to be that same 1990. So the 404-583-1990.
All right, what's the next area?
Refer to my report?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So at 0317 hours, so like it looks like 0326, I believe. So we have a larger gap.
Where's that, what's the general area that that phone is, located?
So the way the cell towers, the cell records are for Sprint, it gives a first tower and ending tower. So when the call's placed, you get the first tower the cell phone connects to, and you get the cell tower where the call disconnects from. You do not get the middle cell towers from Sprint at that time. So we kind of have like a large movement is what we see. The first cell tower is in the area of I-75, heading, well, without giving a direction, because the records don't tell me the direction, but it's I-75 into Atlanta, around the area, kind of like of the, I guess, I'm trying to think of the roads, and I haven't been in Atlanta in years. But just south of Cobb County, past Chattahoochee, kind of entering Fulton County, generally that area is where the cell tower is.
So the first cell tower is in I-7, off of I-75.
Basis, sir. I'm sorry? Basis?
Repeating the answer.
All rules, sir.
So for clarification.
Yes.
For I-7, for the first cell tower, is the cell tower on I-75, is it in Fulton or in Cobb County, roughly?
I believe it's in Fulton County, if my memory serves me correctly. It's in Fulton County.
Where does that call and where's that tower?
It's down south towards Brady Avenue. I'm sorry, not Brady Avenue. I'm sorry. Metropolitan Avenue, I believe, is what I have in my report.
So the ending is at near Metropolitan Avenue.
That's correct, yes. I'm sorry, I was refreshing my memory.
And for the Metropolitan Avenue portion, was it that same area here as in the vault or somewhere else?
The same area, the vault, correct?
And what phone number is the phone connecting to for this time period?
Okay, I'm gonna refresh my memory with the CDRs, if you don't mind. So 317. .317 to 326, we have multiple cell phone numbers that it's connecting with.
Okay, so is this one call? I thought you said this was the first and the last call.
So give me 1 second, I'm sorry. So we have, basically what occurs is when it's on the same towers, it zeroes out below where it has the cell tower. So it looks like it's going to be on the same pattern of cell towers. I'm sorry. Yes, this is going to be one phone call. I'm sorry, I was misreading it. This is one phone call for 535 seconds duration, and it's to one phone number,
And what's that phone number?
504-319-2920.
Is it 2920?
That's correct.
Does it make any other calls after this call at 317?
So what we're seeing is there's a few like routed calls, like maybe it was a three-way call or call forwarded kind of deal. But yes, so after 326, we do have some more phone calls. Yes.
Okay. Let's go back to after the 317 call that you plotted. What's the next call that you plotted?
Okay. So at 0334 and 0335, so a 1 minute time frame, 334 and 335.
And again, both of these are still on 426.
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, were all these in 2015?
They're 2015.
Where is this call located?
So the cell tower for that call is the Mandarin Oriental Hotel,
So they're in the area of Peachtree Road?
Peachtree Road, Atlanta.
And is there a specific number he's called? Excuse me, is there a specific number that this phone is called?
Yes, at 0334. Give me 1 moment. So that number is 678-382-9019.
To 9019?
Correct.
Do you plot anything else after 335?
Yes.
What time is that?
0358 to 0426, it looked like. I'm sorry, it's 427, I believe. I'd have to look again, but it's 427.
You wanna look?
It's 427. I spoke incorrectly.
And is it the same date?
Correct.
Where's the area this phone is paying to?
Metropolitan Avenue, the vault.
And what's the phone number?
So that specific one from 0358 to 0, well, I'm sorry, it looks like there's two phone calls there during that time period. 0358, there's one to a 718-791-8682. That phone call goes from 0358 to 0407. And then there's another one at the 0427, and that's a short duration call. But that one is going to be to 404-632-7080. And
632, what's the number?
yep, I'm sorry. 404-632-7080. And when I say two, I'm not saying who's actually initiating the call and who's receiving the call. I'm just speaking generally about who connected to who
Okay.
for clarification.
And did you plot anything else after this 358 to 427 time frame?
No, I think I completed my plotting at that point in time for that specific phone number.
Okay, so I know earlier you said 11, but was it about 8 calls that you plotted?
That's correct. There's multiple plots, but that's the time frame, yes.
And when you say there's multiple plots, what do you mean?
So I plotted different Latin longs, but that consists of the movement. That's the total body of movement. But I plotted a couple more phone calls or information.
All right. And so starting about 12:30 in the morning, start at the vault, and then do they end at the vault?
Basis, sir.
Heard a summary question? Please, if you're an answer.
I'll sustain the objection, sir.
And did you plot anything after this last one here?
Objection, ask the answer.
I'll sustain the objection on other grounds. You rephrase that vague.
Okay. Was this last call before something said? For this particular portion, was that the last call that you plotted when you received the records?
Objection, ask the answer.
Overruled, sir.
That is the last set of phone calls for that phone number at that period of time I was plotting, yes.
Now, you said that in addition to plotting calls, you also looked at identify certain phone numbers.
Correct.
What stood out to you about these phone numbers that you identified?
So the timing in which the phone calls took place, but then also I was looking at the frequency in which numbers kept reoccurring or reappearing in the records.
And about how many calls did you phone numbers did you identify as notable to you?
I think there was maybe 8, it was 6 to 8 phone numbers that kind of stood out as like multiple repeat callers and specific to the time frame, somewhere around there.
Did you put those phone numbers, identify those numbers in your police report?
I would have, yes.
We're looking at your police report on refreshing memory.
Sure, certainly.
1, how many, and 2, what the phone numbers are?
Yes. May I look?
Yes.
Okay. You wouldn't happen to have a page to direct me to?
Page 60.
Okay, so there were 7. And then the numbers, I'm gonna have to refresh my memory for 7 phone numbers.
Okay, that's fine. What's the first number?
May I look at my report?
Yes.
Okay. 678-382-9019.
What's the second?
I'm gonna have to look and memorize that one real quick.
Yes.
470. I'm gonna have to look because I'm trying to do this memorization game. 257. 4889.
What's the third one?
404. 579. 2614.
2614.
You got it.
What's the next one?
770. 710. 4466.
Okay.
404. 583. 1990. 504. 319. 2920. 404. 578. 9444.
Was that the last one?
That is.
Okay. Now, after identifying these phone numbers, what, if anything, did you do with these phone numbers?
So first, just the easiest in most straightforward way is we have some search systems that use kind of like publicly available information. We call them like TLO. It's ran by TransUnion. So it's kind of like the credit providers. Like if you open up a cell phone in your name, you buy property in your name, you register, whatever, they're pulling data from multiple sources. They're kind of aggregating it in one location. Police departments pay for that service. So there's competitors. We have multiple ones, Clear, Accurate. They're basically all the same thing. So just doing a search through that can give you potential leads. Searching police databases, such as like our records management systems, whether it's Cobb's or giving it to Atlanta, that could provide us with people who've listed that phone number in an accident report or an incident report. Doing a simple Google search on a phone number can sometimes yield who the owner of the phone is. And then beyond that, we can get legal process such as a subpoena or search warrant on the phone numbers to try to get actual subscriber data from the providers.
And did you get search warrants for any of these phone numbers listed on the board?
For some of the phone numbers, not all the phone numbers.
Okay. What phone number did you not get a search warrant for?
The one ending with 9444.
And why didn't you get a search warrant for that number?
I identified it as an attorney's phone number.
Now, for the other numbers, did you get search warrants for all the other numbers?
I don't know for all of those. I did subpoenas for some, and I know I did subpoenas and search warrants for others. But depending on how much information I could deem relevant, and then what I felt that I had, I could articulate probable cause and articulate an investigative need for, then I.
And I can ask a better question.
I'll sustain the objection, sir.
Did you get call detail records for all phone numbers except for the 94444?
I don't know if I did get call detail records for all of them.
Let me ask you specifically. Did you get call detail records for the number ending in 1990?
Yes.
What about 2920?
Yes.
Except for 944, no, right?
No.
Were you able to get records back for the number ending in 1990 and the number ending in 2920?
Yes.
All right. Permission to approach?
You may, madam.
Same one. 2920. Just 2 years.
They're both records, so this one had additional records. I'm gonna show you what's been first one, State Exhibit 134 Echo, 134 Echo Alpha, and 134 Echo Bravo. And then 135 Echo, 135 Echo Alpha, 135 Echo Bravo, and 135 Echo Charlie. And tell me if you recognize. First start with State Exhibit 134 Echo. You recognize State Exhibit 134 Echo?
I do.
And how do you recognize State Exhibit 134 Echo?
So this is the business record cert and then the subscriber information. So 134E is the business record cert. 134 Echo Alpha is going to be the disc. I reviewed it this morning. My initials are on it with the date. And then 134 Echo Bravo is going to be the subscriber information provided by AT&T.
And looking at State Exhibit 134 Echo, Echo Alpha, and Echo Bravo, do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the records that you received back in 2015?
Yes.
Around this time, I say like 260, 134 Echo, 134 Echo Alpha, 134 Echo Bravo into evidence.
Any objection to states 134 Echo, 134 Echo Alpha, or Echo Bravo? Anyone? Okay.
I don't have it.
Okay, they're admitted, maybe publish as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now looking at State Exhibit 135 Echo, if you can look at Echo, 135 Echo, 135 Echo Alpha, 135 Echo Bravo, and 135 Echo Charlie, do you recognize those items?
Yes.
Okay, first starting with 135 Echo. What is 135 Echo?
That's going to be a business record certification from Sprint.
And for what phone number? I'm so sorry.
That's going to be the 504-319-2920.
And 135 Echo Alpha. What is 135 Echo Alpha?
That's going to be a disc with the returns from the provider.
And did you have an opportunity to review those today?
I did.
Did they appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of what you received back in 2015?
Yes.
All right. And 135 Echo Bravo.
So this is going to be the response from Sprint with kind of subscriber data, subscriber information.
And does that appear to be what you received back in 2015?
It does.
And then last, State Exhibit 135 Echo Charlie. Do you recognize the content on State Exhibit 135 Echo Charlie?
Yes, so that's going to be another disc with response data.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender State Exhibit 135 Echo, 135 Echo Alpha, 135 Echo Bravo, and 135 Echo Charlie.
Any objection to states 135 Echo, Echo Alpha, Echo Bravo, Echo Charlie?
Only on the certification again for the continuing.
That's later, Mr. Steele. I'll go ahead and admit them. So states 135 Echo, Echo Alpha, Echo Bravo, and Echo Charlie will be admitted. Maybe publish as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to first start with State Exhibit 134 Echo. Who was the cell phone provider?
AT&T.
And on 134 Echo Bravo, what is State Exhibit 134 Echo Bravo?
It's the subscriber information.
And what's generally contained in the subscriber information?
Like the account name, the account holder, like who's going to be the registered user, Sometimes there's a contact phone number or email address associated with that person, an address, and then just kind of sometimes you'll get information about what actually device, like the cell phone, like the IMEI, or some of the, like it's an Apple iPhone, or if it's a Android or Samsung, you'll get some of that information back as well sometimes.
Okay. And for the phone number ending in 1990, who was the subscriber?
So the first name listed is YSL Enterprises.
And did it have a name associated with the YSL Enterprises?
There was a contact name listed, yes.
Who was the contact name?
Amina Diop, Amina Diop, Diop.
And was there a registered location for this phone number?
Yes, there's an address.
Where's the address?
1188 Magnolia Way, Southeast Smyrna, Georgia.
Can you give me the numerical number?
Yep, I got you. 1188
Is it Magnolia Way?
Magnolia Way, Southeast. Smyrna.
And so this 1990 number came back to YSL Enterprises. Is that the same phone number that we talked about? The phone number belonging to Jimmy Winfrey contacting the night in the morning of the shooting.
Correct.
And I believe I asked this, but if I didn't, the number that you plotted, did those records come back to Jimmy Winfrey? Was the subscriber on those records Jimmy Winfrey?
You did not ask, and yes, the numbers for the 3383 phone number, the subscriber name on it was Jimmy Winfrey and had his address associated with his aunt in Atlanta.
And if you could look back at 6 Exhibit.
His records?
Yes. What's the phone number again?
Ooh, make sure this is right. Yep. So it's 404-664-3383.
And who was the provider?
That was Sprint on that one.
And that came back to Jimmy Winfrey.
That's correct. Jimmy Winfrey. Do you want the address? No.
No.
Okay.
And we're gonna put up Case Exhibit 135, Echo Bravo.
135 Echo Bravo.
And is this what you were just reading from?
134 Echo
Excuse me,
Bravo.
I said 135, I apologize. 134 Echo Bravo.
134 Echo Bravo, yes, that's what I was reading from.
All right. Now let's look at 135 Echo exhibits.
Yes.
Now first, looking at State's Exhibit 135 Echo Bravo, what is the phone number for State's Exhibit 135 Echo Bravo?
So it's going to be the 504-319-2920.
And in Echo Bravo, does it provide who was the subscriber?
Yes. So the subscriber of the 2920 is Cash Money.
And did it have a person's name associated with this account?
So through some of the records, we did recover a name that was associated with it.
And what was that name?
Brian Williams.
And in your investigation, did you learn of a Brian Williams?
Yes,
Did Brian Williams have a nickname?
he did.
What was that?
Birdman.
And is this 504-319-2920 the same number that makes contact with the Jimmy Winfrey phone number at 317 to 326 on April 26, 2015?
That's correct. That after the time of the shooting at 317, that number calls Jimmy Winfrey's phone number.
And again, what time did the 911 call come in?
314 is when the 911 call comes in.
Okay. And then, so 911 call comes at 314. Is there also a call at 314 to that YSL phone number?
That is correct.
Now, with any of these phone numbers, do you know who's actually holding the phone in their hand?
No.
Okay. What is the information that you do know?
We have information who the subscriber is provided from the cell phone provider. And then we also have whatever other information, circumstantial or direct, from the investigation that informs us who's in possession of the phones.
Okay. And on the subscriber information for the phone number ending 2920, so 135 Echo Bravo, did it have an address associated with the subscriber?
It did.
And what was the city and state of that?
Miami, Florida.
And through your investigation, did you learn if Brian Williams, also known as Birdman, lived in Miami, Florida?
Yes.
Did he live in Miami, Florida?
Yes.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you ever learn if Jimmy Winfrey contacted that number ending in 2920 when he was in custody with the Cobb County, at the Cobb County Jail?
Yes.
Do you know how many times, standing here now, that he tried to contact that phone number while in custody?
I believe it was like 2 or 3 times. He requested to be like a 3-way phone call. I think at least one was unsuccessful, but I think 1 or 2, I think 2 others were successful based off the jail phone calls.
And in listening to, and I guess it's safe to say, did you listen to Jimmy Winfrey's phone calls while he was in custody?
I did.
And in listening to his phone calls, did Jimmy Winfrey ever confirm with anyone that he actually spoke with Birdman?
Yes, he does.
Now, in addition to these 2 numbers, did you receive any phone records for an individual by the name of Demikion Garlington?
Through the course of the investigation, I did, yes.
Okay. And how did you get those records?
Atlanta Police Investigator Gaither provided those to me.
And did you make those records as a part of your case file?
I did.
want to give you all of them, so you don't have to keep coming. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may not.
I'm showing what's been marked as 136 Echo, 136 Echo Alpha, and 136 Echo Bravo. Tell me if you recognize these were 136 Echo, 136 Echo Alpha, and 136 Echo Bravo.
Yes, I recognize them.
Okay, and are those the numbers that were given to you by the records that were given to you by Detective Gaither?
That's correct.
Okay. And looking at statement 136 Echo, what is 136 Echo?
So this is what we call a business record certification. They title it Declaration for Metro PCS Records, but it's a business record certification.
Okay, and then 136 Echo Alpha, what is 136 Echo Alpha?
That's going to be just the disk, which the response, the records were placed on.
And then 136 Echo Bravo.
It's going to be the subscriber records for Metro PCS T-Mobile.
Okay, You're right, this time state like State's Exhibit 136 Echo, 136 Echo Alpha, and 136 Echo Bravo into evidence.
Any objection to 136 Echo, 136 Echo Alpha, or 136 Echo Bravo?
Not know where the certification came from. He got it from another individual, specifically former or retired Detective Case.
Can I see it? All of them, sir, or one in particular? On 136? Okay.
And Your Honor, I said the business record is self-authenticating pursuant to 9901, 24-9-901. And it's an exception to the hearsay rule.
Mr. Steele, I'm gonna overrule your objection. 136 Echo, 136 Echo Alpha, 136 Echo Bravo Negative, maybe published.
Now, looking at 136 Echo, what is the phone number for this record?
They list it as a target number, but it's 678-353-9229.
And that number was not a part of this initial numbers. Do you recall why she gave that to you?
Hearsay, complication.
I can ask a better question.
I'm gonna sustain the question.
Did you request these records from her?
Yes,
Okay, why?
the name came up in the investigation.
And if you could just repeat the number for me.
678-353-9229.
Now, who is a subscriber on this record?
So it's just listed simply as KYBE.
In your experience looking at phone records, have you seen occasions in which a phone number would not match who is actually the owner or the user of the phone?
Absolutely.
That's a vagueness, Your Honor.
I sustain the question as to form.
You specifically asked Detective Gaither for Demikion Garland's phone number?
Objection needed. Ask and answer.
I'll sustain as to form. You can rephrase, madam.
As a part of your investigation, did you ask Investigator Gaither to provide you with a phone number specifically for Demikion Garland?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the phone records that she gave you as it relates to Demikion Garland?
Yes.
Is Demikion Garland the subscriber name on this record?
No.
Was that odd to you that Kai B was the subscriber and not Demikion Garland?
One other question.
I sustain the question, sir.
Have you seen previously in your experience that a person who might be associated with the phone number is not the subscriber?
Same question, just objected to. Same objection.
I'll overrule the objection.
Can you ask it, please?
Sure. In your experience, have you seen where the person whose phone number it is not the same as a subscriber?
Yes, I have seen that.
Is that common when you look at phone records?
Basis.
Vague speculation, no foundation.
I'll sustain as to foundation.
How many phone records have you looked at over the course of your career?
It'd probably be impossible to say. It's into the hundreds of phone records I've looked at.
And in looking at the hundreds of phone records that you have reviewed over the course of your career, have you seen occasions in which the number associated with a person is not the same name as a subscriber?
Yes.
But you asked for Demikion Garland, and this is the number you received.
That's an answer.
Overrule the objection, sir.
Yes.
Now, did you obtain cell phone records for phone number 404-823-8553?
Yes.
And what about for a phone number 678-815-5790?
Yes.
Permission to approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
And I've shown these to defense counsel. First, looking at State's Exhibits 137 Echo, 137 Echo Alpha, and 137 Echo Bravo. Tell me if you recognize 137 Echo, 137 Echo Alpha, and 137 Echo Bravo.
I do.
And how do you recognize this with 137 Echo 137 Echo Alpha, and 137.
So 137 Echo is going to be the business record certification. Echo Alpha, 137 Echo Alpha is going to be the disc that I reviewed this morning with my initials that has the data that came back from the provider. And then 137 Echo Bravo is going to be that subscriber information page for these records.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction or the results of the record that you received back in 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time state like the tender states exhibit 137 Echo, 137 Echo Alpha, 137 Echo Bravo.
Any objection to states 137 Echo, Echo Alpha, or Echo Bravo?
Your objection made earlier, but also, continuing with it, which I believe you said is.
I'll take that up later. All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection. And states 137 Echo, Echo Alpha, and Echo Bravo, over objection. Maybe be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, look at exhibit 138 Echo, 138 Echo Alpha, 138 Echo Bravo. Do you recognize those exhibits?
I do.
And how do you recognize exhibit 138 Echo, 138 Echo Alpha, 138 Echo?
So this is going to be 138 Echo. It's going to be the business record certification. 138 Echo Alpha is going to be the discs I looked at this morning with my initials on it for those records that were provided from the party, the cell phone provider. And then 138 Echo Bravo is going to be the subscriber information page.
And does that appear to be the same records as you received them back in 2000?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender 130 Echo, 130 Echo Alpha, and 138 Echo Bravo into evidence.
Hold on one second. All right, any objection to states 138 Echo, Echo Alpha, Echo Bravo? Anyone? Same objection? Okay, all right. I'll note it over objection, and it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, looking first at 137 Echo, Echo Alpha, and Echo Bravo, who was the provider of those records?
AT&T.
And who was the subscriber of those records?
YSL Enterprises.
I'm sorry, for 137 Echo, what's the phone number?
404 823 8553.
And you said the subscribers YSL Enterprises?
YSL Enterprises.
Was there a location, subscriber location?
Yes, the address. It's the 1188 Magnolia Way, Southeast Smyrna, Georgia.
And as it relates to this number here, when you received the records, were you able to plot some of the records for April 25th and April 26th?
I did.
Do you recall where this phone number was during that time frame?
I believe this phone number was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Well, looking at a copy, so looking at your report,
Yes, it would.
I'll give you a page.
8553. Yeah.
come back and we'll confirm. We'll confirm that. All right. Now looking at 138 Echo.
Okay.
And 138 Echo Alpha and Bravo. What's the phone number for 138 Echo?
678 185
185?
815 5790.
And who was the subscriber?
The subscriber to this one was listed. The name was YSL Duke.
Did it have any location information where this phone was registered to?
Yes, it's 816 Oak Street Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia.
And did it have an email associated with this record?
I don't see an email address on this record. Yeah, at least on this page, I don't see an email address.
Why did you obtain the record for these two phone numbers?
Just their association with phone calls made. I believe it was going to be to the 1990 phone. So diving into first Jimmy Winfrey's phone records, I then dove into the 1990 because that was the most frequent phone call made. And then from going from the 1990, looking at the phone numbers that was calling, that's how it led me to these phone numbers.
And when you received these phone numbers, did you review these numbers as well?
Yes.
Now, did you eventually secure arrest warrants in this case?
I did.
Who did you secure arrest warrants for?
Jimmy Winfrey.
And approximately when did you take out your arrest warrant?
It was, I have to look at my report to be accurate, but I think it was either the end of May or beginning of June, sometime around there. I have to refer to my report.
But it was the end of May or early June.
Correct.
Was Jimmy Winfrey picked up immediately on your warrants?
No, he was not.
Why not?
So at the time I secured the arrest warrant, we learned that Jimmy Winfrey was out of state in Miami, Florida. I got the arrest warrant, and 30 minutes later, I proceeded to the magistrate court of Cobb County to request a sealing order to have it sealed, so the arrest warrant wouldn't be made public. It was sealed.
How is Mr. Steele relevant? I'm gonna overrule the objection.
I attempted to get so I secured the arrest warrant. Within 30 minutes, I went to the magistrate court in person to request a sealing order, received said sealing order. However, the word that the arrest warrant had been secured was leaked to the media.
At the point in time when you leaked to the media, did you learn where he was?
Yes.
Where was he?
Yeah, he was in Miami, Florida.
Now, I want to go back to the location of that 8553 number. If you go to page 174 of your report.
174, okay. Yep, 8553.
Okay. Where was that phone in the time of April 25th to April 26th?
So April 25th, it was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Okay. Did you plot anything else?
Well, I plotted that phone number earlier in the, like late in the night of the 25th. And then I plotted it basically going into the morning of the 26th.
And when you plotted it going into the morning of 26, was this phone still in Baton Rouge or was it somewhere else?
It began moving, and yes, to answer your question, it began moving.
And where did you see it start moving to?
From Baton Rouge, basically moving the route of, I think it's basically, I think it's I-85 from Mobile to Montgomery back towards Atlanta. So from, I call it the low route because there's a couple ways to get to New Orleans, the high route and the low route, but basically from Baton Rouge to Mobile to Montgomery back to Atlanta. And it was hitting off of cell towers along that route.
So is this in the morning of 4/26?
That's correct.
All right. So you said the route of Baton Rouge to Mobile?
Yes. So from Atlanta to New Orleans, you can either go I-20 out towards like Tuscaloosa and into Mississippi and then down, or you go to the interstate from like I-10 to basically New Orleans to Mobile, then up through Montgomery, up I-85. And it went that low route back to Atlanta.
Okay. Baton Rouge, Mobile.
Montgomery.
Now, going back to Mr. Winfrey, was he ever arrested on your warrants?
He was.
And when he was arrested, was he brought to the Cobb County Jail?
Yes.
Or was he taken to the Cobb County Jail?
Yes, he was at Cobb County Jail.
Once he was arrested, did that end your investigation in this case?
No.
When he was arrested, did you attempt to speak with him?
Yes.
Did he speak with you about the facts of the case?
Faces.
Your Honor, he's not present in the courtroom.
I'm overruled the objection, Mr. Stevens.
We did not speak about the facts of the case.
Okay. Did he provide you information about his attorney?
He did.
Okay. At the time, how many attorneys did he have?
I think he had multiple, but I think I remember specifically one attorney for a particular reason.
And who was that attorney?
Manny Aurora.
And earlier you talked about one of these phone numbers belonged to his attorney. Was this name the attorney that phone number you found earlier in his records?
Yes, Manny Aurora. I later identified that phone number as belonging to him.
And again, was that the number ending in 9444?
That's correct.
Now, in looking at Jimmy Winfrey's phone log, does Jimmy Winfrey contact that 9444 number on April 26, 2015?
Yes, he does.
Okay. When does he first contact that number on April 26, 2015?
I believe it was 6:56 in the morning.
Do you need to look at the record to be sure?
I'm pretty sure it's 6:56, either 6:56 or 6:57, but I'm like pretty sure it's 6:56 the first times.
So on the morning of April 26.
That's correct.
On the morning of April 26, was Jimmy Winfrey a suspect in this case?
No, the morning of April 26th, no.
Is there only one call to that phone number on April 26, or is there multiple calls to that phone number on April 26?
There's multiple calls.
How many calls were made to that phone number on April 26?
So there's 3 that went unanswered kind of back to back at that 6:56 time frame. And then there was one, I believe was answered at 6:57, or I'd have to look at the records, but basically 3 back to back non-answered and then 1 answered.
Were those the only calls made to that number on April 26th?
No, I believe there's another one later in the afternoon of the 26th.
Are those the only 2 calls for the 26th?
That would be, so the 2 connected calls, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, those are the 2 connected calls on the 26th.
All right. Now, as your investigation continued, did you obtain jail calls in this case?
Yes, I did.
Why did you obtain jail calls in this case?
It's a routine kind of investigative tool that we utilize in investigations.
And from what jailing facility did you receive these jail calls from?
Cobb County.
And back in 2015, what system did Cobb County use for jail calls?
I want to say it was like Global Tel Link. It's been years since I've worked for Cobb County, but I believe it's like Global Tel Link, something to that effect.
Okay. And can you tell the jury back in 2015 how individuals who were housed in Cobb County Jail could make phone calls?
Sure. So when you're initially in intake and you've never been to Cobb County Jail before, you don't have a PIN, like an inmate PIN number. So you can make phones basically for free in intake. Once you get past intake, they'll give you an individualized PIN number that associates with you, an inmate. So you have to put in that PIN prior to making a phone call. But yeah, I think that answers the question.
Okay, thank you. And did you, as a law enforcement officer, have access to the jail calls?
So I didn't have access to the system, but I had the ability to request those phone calls. Yes.
God bless you. And how would you go about requesting or getting the phone calls?
So there's 2 ways. One way that I went, one way, the organized crime unit has direct access to it. I don't, but the organized crime unit did. And then the more formal way is actually requesting it from the custodian of records for the Cobb County Sheriff's Office.
And taking you specifically to this case, did you receive calls from Mr. Winfrey?
Yes, I did.
And the calls that were received, let me ask you this. When individuals have made calls from the jail, do they have a PIN number that they use?
They do have a PIN number that's supposed to be assigned to them.
Before you pose any more questions, it might be appropriate for us to go ahead and take lunch. We'll be going in a little bit of time anyways. Ladies and gentlemen, how about some lunch? Yes. Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and take formal lunch, and let's just be back for 2 p.m., okay? All right. All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. Detective, we'll see you back for 2 o'clock, okay? Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except attorneys in this case. Yes, sir. All right? Counsels, you're in recess until 2, okay? All right. Litigants present?
Yeah, most present.
Okay. All right. Where's our witness? Okay. Do I need to excuse our witness?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
Step back.
And Your Honor, very quickly, the state at some point, either later this afternoon, depending on how fast the questioning goes, or tomorrow morning, the state intends to introduce two things that I just want to bring to the court's attention, just to see if there's any objection so we can deal with it. The first thing is a video. It's a social media video that Detective Racy pulled. This video was provided back on April 12th as a part of the pool of evidence that we intended to introduce during this case, during this particular act. The video specifically, the relevant portion that the state intends to get into is a video of Mr. Winfrey at the gun range shooting what appears to be an AR assault rifle. We have not heard any objections to that video, but I wanted to bring it to the court's attention that we do plan on getting into that video. The entire video was about maybe 3 minutes, but it is, it has third-party commentary, so we redacted the third-party commentary and solely focused on Mr. Winfrey at the shooting range. So that's the first item that I wanted to bring to the court's attention.
Okay. And when was the video purportedly made?
The video was made, well, let me say, prior to Detective Racy pulling it. So in 2015, at some point, we would need to go back to the complex video to see when it was pulled. But the video that Detective Racy pulled was the commentary talked about the ongoing beef or feud that was happening between Lil Wayne and YSL. And specifically, this video was created after Mr. Winfrey was arrested.
Okay. What's the relevancy of the Mr. Winfrey's range video?
Because he's the one to alleged to have shot up this bus in this case. And so it shows him at the range shooting a weapon that we believe to be what was used in this instance. As the testimony or the evidence provided that Detective Finney saw this type of weapon inside of his vehicle prior to, on the night of, prior to the shooting. And so it also shows, and we believe in the background of this video, you can hear someone that we believe to be Mr. Williams encouraging Mr. Winfrey to shoot the weapon at the range. And so one, it would show association. Two, would show that he knew how to shoot and fire that weapon. And three, it was a type of weapon that he was seen with on the night of. And also, and I'm not sure if this is gonna come up on cross or not, when this case was first investigated, there was some allegations that Mr. Winfrey did not have the ability to shoot a weapon. And so this video contradicted that assertion that Mr. Winfrey could not shoot a gun in that capacity. And so for all of those reasons, Your Honor, we believe that this video is relevant.
Okay. Mr. Steele?
And then I'll address the second matter after that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your Honor, over my objection, I believe that you are admitting Mr. Winfrey's guilty plea.
Redacted.
Over my objection.
Yes.
you're admitting it, and then yes, you did agree that has to be redacted.
Yes.
But, you know, if he pled guilty to this incident, I don't know why we need a picture of him at a shooting range to prove that he can fire a weapon. That's one. Two, I never, to my knowledge, in your trial, I never heard anyone make an allegation he couldn't fire a weapon. I don't know how that's relevant to our trial, your trial that we're conducting. And then, I won't address, unless I misheard, the audio would be muted, but I heard Ms. Hilton then say that possibly Mr. Williams is sort of the background encouraging, but if the audio is muted, there's no reason, you know, if you let it in over objection, there's no reason to address that. But if I'm wrong, I do have an issue with the voices. So anyway, those are my objections. It's not relevant. 403, it's a waste of time. I know that sounds kind of, you didn't like that when I said that earlier, but you know, that's what the 403 says. It's a waste of time. I would strongly object to any type of hearsay statements when I don't know who's in the background and about a beef that I can't cross examine. But I believe that that's, you know, or excuse me, believe.
All right.
I'm hearing from my colleagues that maybe last week this particular video was discussed and maybe Mr. Steele spoke of his client being in the background, but I think it'll be easier for the court to play it. It's a short couple of seconds to play so that you can hear what's going on in the background. And then I think I can move from that point around.
In your own behalf, may it please the court.
Sir.
Thank you, Judge. Carter Matthews on behalf of Mr. Marquez Healy. We would object, Mr. Healy and I would object to this video coming in. We believe that under 403, that it is highly prejudicial. And again, when we look at 403 and that balancing test, I think the cases that have basically stated that bringing in highly prejudicial material for any scant cumulative, scant probative value gets us to the 403 prejudice. We're going to likely hear a violent weapon being fired at a gun range. It's going to be loud, it's going to be repetitive, and I just believe that that is prejudicial in itself to the extent that whatever scant probative value that it may bring would not lead us to it being so probative that it would outweigh the prejudicial impact it would have on Mr. Healy sitting here in this trial, and the rest of the defendants who it does not pertain to.
All right, what's it going to be marked as?
This is going to be 172 Echo, Your Honor.
All right, let me hear it. Let me see it, as she said.
Go rap it. Let it rip.
And we believe that the individual says, go rap it, let it rip, is Mr. Williams, Your Honor.
Okay, if I understand correctly, you don't know when it was made, correct?
We know that the video was received or pulled after Mr. Winfrey was in custody for this.
Still didn't answer my question. My question is, when was the video made?
I don't believe that.
Do you know when the video's made? Don't guess.
No,
Okay,
we do
all
not
right.
know when the video was made.
All
We
right,
know it was
it-
made prior to his arrest.
Okay, we don't know when. All right. You are going to introduce Mr. Winfrey's certified copies of his conviction. He's pled guilty to this, right?
We do intend to introduce the redacted.
The redacted copy, all right?
And he also pled under Alford, Your Honor. Here, Your Honor, again, the reason why we have to put up this case is because we have to show the jury the connections between these individuals. If it was only about the certified copy, then we would never have to put up any of the facts surrounding this case, Your Honor. And I know Mr. Matthews talked about it being not probative, but it has to be substantially more prejudicial, Your Honor. Him shooting the gun is not substantially more prejudicial than probative in this case. Again, when the thought and theory is that one, Mr. Williams was in Baton Rouge when this occurred, that two, I imagine that the defense is going to be that Mr. Williams had nothing to do with any of this. The state still has to prove this act and the association of all these individuals as a part of the enterprise. This is another piece of evidence. Again, we know it's prior to Mr. Winfrey being arrested. When I look at the video, when he was arrested, he had similarly styled dreads. Based upon his booking photo, based upon some of the other photos that are closer in time, we intend to introduce some Instagram photos in which Mr. Winfrey has a very similar hairstyle. We know this video, this was posted on April 20th, 2015. So the state went further that this video came in or around maybe early 2015 or 2014. We don't believe that this was years prior to this video being placed on the internet. And again, this shows a connection between Mr. Winfrey, Mr. Williams. They having a good time. And it shows that, again, we believe that is Mr. Williams encouraging Mr. Winfrey to fire a gun at a gun range.
But we don't know.
I mean, the voice, I mean, that would be up to, we have other pieces of information that's going to have Mr. Williams' voice, so that would be up to the jury to determine if those voices are similar, but we do believe that that is that voice. And it's my understanding that last week, Mr. Steele may have advised that this is his client in this video. Again, I don't know if I was present for that, but that this is his client in the video. This is his client's voice in the video. And they also last week, at least the line of questioning to Mr. Dennis was that the guns in the halftime video are fake. And so again, this is us showing not a fake gun, but a real gun here. So again, them going down that line of questioning of in halftime, we don't know if it's a real AR or a fake AR. Well, here is Mr. Winfrey with a real AR in a video. And so we believe that the jury should be able to see this evidence and then make a determination at that point.
I don't think so. Not with what I've heard so far. I think the defense's argument about a 403 problem is the court's concern, that it may be substantially more prejudicial than probative. Not saying that it may not be relevant for other purposes, but right now, given what I've heard so far, I would probably decline to admit it at this point. Not saying I wouldn't at some point, but not at this point.
And is the court's concern the date of when the video was created?
I have a couple concerns about it. We don't know the date. It's marginally relevant, and you've got some 403 problems at this point. Because you're going to introduce, you're going to introduce his certified copy of his redacted conviction, and I understand what you're saying, but there's not enough for me at this point in time.
And if we see that it may become relevant, can we bring it back to
Oh,
court's attention?
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. What else you have?
The second, Your Honor, is some.
So let me see if I make sure we understand this correctly. Defense counsels, I'm going to go ahead and I'm not going to admit at this point in time, but if other evidence becomes relevant, I'll as with any ruling, I will go ahead and relook at it at that point in time, because it is relevant for certain things, but so you'll have to govern yourselves accordingly. Okay. That's all I'm gonna say at this point.
The next.
Understand, Mr. Matthews?
I think the court is suggesting that if the door.
If you open the door by examination or otherwise, either one of you counsels opens the door back up and makes this more relevant or makes it more probative than prejudicial, I will let the state revisit that.
So if we say, hey, Mr.
Oh, no, don't give me any. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear any of your test questions. Okay, I'm just telling you that if you open the door as to it during examination, I'm going to relook it again. So you can't have your cake and eat it too at this point. All right. Okay. All right. You know where I'm headed. All right. Okay. What else you have, madam?
And Your Honor, next, very quickly, the state intends on introducing the Instagram records of Jimmy Winfrey, but it's the Instagram of Pee Wee Roscoe. We also intend on introducing the Instagram of Jeffrey Williams or Thugger One, and the return that was received for Shannon Stillwell's Instagram. Specifically, though, as it relates to the Pee Wee Roscoe Instagram, the state has at this point 4 excerpts from that Instagram return that we would like to introduce to this witness. It'll be State's Exhibit 163, B, C, D, and E. I've shown it to defense counsel in order for them to review. And so I didn't know if there would be any objections
Can I
to.
see them, please?
Yes, you can.
You said 163 BC, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo?
Bob,
Or is there an alpha?
no, alpha is the actual record itself.
Okay, so 163 alpha.
For the excerpts, it's going to be 163 Echo Bravo, 163 Echo Charlie, 163 Echo.
I never figure out y'all's nomenclature. But, okay, so it's 163 what?
163 Echo Bravo. I'm not talking about that now. So for this discussion right now, we're going to talk about 163 Echo Bravo, 163 Echo Charlie, 163 Echo Delta, and 163 Echo Echo.
All right, let me see those, please. Be Echo Charlie. One is page 45 and one's page 240. So which one are you using as Echo Charlie? And I have Echo Delta as well. So, but there's 2 that are named 163, unless I'm just looking at the.
Can I see those?
Yes, ma'am, you certainly may. Say again, sir? Absolutely, you can come up there and look at those.
Oh, sorry, that's supposed to be an E.
Can you make it look better, please, or at least more phonetically appropriate?
Can I come up?
Yes.
That's the C.
That's the C.
So you're not. repaginate the right ones. Okay, now I have, Echo Charlie and Echo Echo, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so I have, just to recap once again, 163 Echo Bravo, 163 Echo Charlie, 163 Echo Delta, and 163 Echo Echo. All right. Okay. And at some point in time through Detective Racy, you wish to get these in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or evidence? Okay, all right. Okay, anyone have an objection to me?
This is my concern, and I don't believe it's coming.
Have you seen them, Mr. Sharp?
Well, I haven't seen the ones from my, they didn't have those printed out.
Why don't you take a look at them, or,
I don't believe those are the ones from my client.
They are not.
okay.
But
Mr. Steele, do you have,
I've seen them.
you've seen them, do you want to go ahead and specifically object to them, or?
Yes.
Okay,
and I-
I'll come back to you, Mr. Shard, okay? Or if you want to, you can come take a look at them so you can have a basis to talk with me at that point. So, all right, go ahead, sir.
My objection is to the foundation again, just pulling it off the internet, all of a sudden becomes admissible for authenticity, 1, 2. There's writings on it. You'll see it. I think the word is text, Your Honor, TEXT, which is the writing on all of them. And I have nobody I can cross-examine, so I would like to object to any of the writing as well. I understand that they're from Instagram, is my understanding.
Whose Instagram page are they from?
Free, I believe.
And it's not just from the page, Your Honor. I want to be clear. This is from the actual company itself.
Oh,
So
it's from
we sit-
Instagram itself. Did you get an authenticity or certificate that came along with this?
Yeah, so we have a business.
Do you have
record-
that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, subject to that, Mr. Steele, I'll probably overrule your objection.
And then I would like everything in, and then obviously go one by one. If both sides want to use it, we have to advise the court what we want to use, instead of just the 4 pictures. Or 4 postings, I'm sorry.
Sir, whatever, however you want to examine the witness is fine. I mean, but state's asking for those 4. If there's a certificate as to all of them, that means that the authenticity has been satisfied. Do you have any other basis for an objection, or do you?
I didn't see the certificates, but I'm assuming that the state has it.
So we served it in this.
No, I'm not saying I didn't get it discovered. I'm saying I didn't see it here.
Sure.
It's being pulled from the internet by Detective Race. That's how I understood.
All right.
No, I can show the certificate and then the CD that has the.
I think the whole thing should come in. That's fine.
It will, Your Honor. I just was focused on the excerpts because that is what may or may not be objected to. So yes, the state has 163 Echo, which is the business record cert. We have 163A, which is the full Instagram record, and then these are going to be 4 excerpts from the record.
All right.
And my only other objection would be then.
And I'm sorry if I keep on saying it, 163 Echo is the exhibit with Echo Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo.
So 163 is the certificate. 163 Echo is the entirety of the record, and then you got excerpts marked. Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo, correct?
One correction, 163 Echo is the certificate, 163 Echo Alpha is the full record.
Okay, all right.
And my objection goes to, if you rule on it, I'd like you to rule on it, if you don't mind, I don't want to waive anything, is to the writings, again, as hearsay.
The writing is the business record itself.
The text in the document, yes, sir, that's what I'm objecting to,
On what basis?
hearsay. Out-of-court statement offered into evidence.
Are you offering any of the statements on the business record itself?
So, Your Honor, I'll first start with 163 Echo Bravo. And if you look, Your Honor, on the bottom page of 163 Echo Bravo,
Yes.
and it says PSA, we on tour, came from zone 3, my rounds, I'ma ride for them like a military mafia, you dig? You dig what I'm saying? Bankroll Mafia, YSLRG, you dig, my little sisters. Your Honor, we believe the individuals in this exhibit, we believe for sure one is Miss Dolly Greer. I think that's her.
Is who, I'm sorry?
Dolly Greer, or someone identified as Dolly Greer. The state believes the other individual, Mr. Aretha Greer, who there's testimony that those two individuals are the siblings of Mr. Williams.
Okay, but who are you gonna get to authenticate the text? Because Mr. Steele's right. I mean, here's the thing, with a business record, you get your authenticity is satisfied. It is what it purports to be, because you've gotten it directly from Instagram. It's still got objectionable hearsay in it that you need to have an exception for, or some other basis. So, short of you, are you going to have anybody that's going to testify about this text message, or you have an exception to the hearsay rule?
Your Honor, Mr. Winfrey is a co-conspirator, both in the shooting that's being from April 26, 2015, as well as a co-conspirator in in count 1 of this indictment, Your Honor.
So is this a text that he made?
This is a text that he posted when this.
That he posted?
Correct. This is the caption
Okay,
that he
all
would
right.
have posted when he posted this.
So you're saying it's a statement by a party opponent or party opponent?
And he will be a party opponent as well, Your Honor.
All right. I'm gonna overrule your objection, Mr. Steele. I will admit the 163 Echo Bravo over your objection, as well as Echo Charlie over your objection, Echo Delta over your objection, and Echo over your objection. All right, Mr. Harvey, sir. 105 again, and a motion for severance?
Certainly the motion for severance, yes.
Okay, all right, okay.
And a couple of other things. The motion for severance, number 1. Number 2, the fact that it's admissible as a statement of a party opponent means that it is just admissible against that person, not everybody else, and not Mr. Nichols.
But what if it's also admissible since it's a co-conspirator, since they're charged in count 1?
That's great. Remember at the beginning of this trial, the state was supposed to give us everything they were going to admit as an 801D2E statement. They gave us 3. This isn't one of them, and I would object to this being admitted as a co-conspirator statement under 801D2E. I do not think it is in furtherance of any conspiracy, number 1, and we weren't provided with this. We didn't litigate it before, and the whole purpose for you.
Okay, and assume you're correct. I would give that limiting instruction, but just not now. I would probably give it as part of the course instructions at the end. If it's appropriate.
Well, it certainly is appropriate. I
I
think
mean, because remember, you haven't presented any evidence at this point in time, and the law doesn't require it. In fact, you reserved your right to open and to present any evidence.
That's correct.
So it's not even something I need to take up at this point in time.
well, I disagree with you respectfully.
Of course.
Because it's being admitted under the state's theory against everybody here, even though it's a statement particularly.
Well, it's being admitted against Mr. Winfrey, and he's he's a conspirator.
But the jury doesn't know that. The jury doesn't know that it's being admitted against Mr. Winfrey because it's his statement as a party opponent, even though he is not here, or that it's just being admitted, if it is being admitted over objection, against Mr. Williams. And that's the purpose of a 105 instruction.
All right, ladies from the state, sir.
Your Honor, if an instruction is to be given, we agree with the court that it can be given at the conclusion of when you give the instructions to the court at the appropriate, to the jury at the appropriate time.
All right. Mr. Harvey, I will overrule your request at this point in time for a limiting instruction at this point. But however, I will take it up and I will give you continue to give you a continuing objection as to that issue. Okay? All right. And I'm going to deny your motion for severance at this point in time. But I'll give you a continue your objection as to that. All right, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. So my understanding is the state, through, I believe this witness is going to seek to admit my client, Shannon Stillwell's Instagram records as well. My concern, I don't believe that they have any specific pictures or anything or postings regarding this overt act, but they're going to seek to admit the records in totality. My concern, Your Honor, a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, I was observing Court of Appeals, Federal Court of Appeals, and there's an 11th Circuit case, U.S. v. Quentin Simmons, that's being considered right now. And the issue in that case is when records, in this case,
It hasn't been decided yet, right?
well, but
Just answer my question. Has it been decided
No, it hasn't
yet?
been decided.
Okay, all right.
Okay, but the issue is when, whether it's records or surveillance tape, when it's admitted in totality, it's in evidence at that point. And even if we are just focusing on one or two pictures, say, of my client's Instagram photos, if we admit the records in totality, that puts it all in evidence, and that makes it all fair game for closing and fair game for arguments, whether those individual excerpts or pictures are prejudicial, whether they're relevant, and the like.
Well, I disagree with you. I respectfully disagree with you, sir, because just like these particular photos have writings on them, remember, it's just because a certificate just gives you admissibility of the records or authentication of the records, they're still subject to other objections.
But there's going to come a time where the state's going to walk up with a thick pile of papers and say, we move to admit state whatever 153 EQZ into evidence, and then you're going to look at me as if I have an objection. And the problem is, if they're just being admitted in their totality, even if we know that the only thing that's been discussed is one or two things within those records as a whole are in evidence and become potentially fair game for argument later on. So if we're going to move to admit my client's Instagram records or anything else, I'm going to ask that we be specific about what we're admitting as opposed to just admitting the entire record. Because that's my concern. Once it's admitted to evidence, it's in evidence. And that's what the Simmons case is all about, is once it's in evidence, is it subject to argument and things of that nature, even if it was never even discussed in the case.
Okay, but I have no visibility on Simmons. It was argued, so no opinion's been released, correct?
Well, it's my concern.
No, but I'm asking you, but there's no appellate opinion from, it's an 11th Circuit case?
Right, the defense admitted and played in closing parts of the surveillance video that was never discussed at trial. The state objected, and the question was,
Okay.
when you put the entire surveillance video, say it's 2 hours into evidence, and you only discuss at trial 1 minute of that surveillance video, whether the defense was allowed to.
Well, it's kind of the catch-22 things, okay? Because the rule of completeness allows you to admit the entirety of the document. Now, there may be other pitfalls of admitting that document. So that's why you as the advocate, I'm sure, probably need to make sure that if you decide, hey, I want that whole thing in there, it's going to cut for and against you. So you need to be careful, and you need to make sure you have a great understanding of the entirety of that document so you don't have issues that kind of come up. And since I haven't, just listen, since I haven't seen Simmons, and I don't know kind of the parameters or left or right limits of that, I can't really give you any more guidance on it.
I'm really going under the 4-1 judge is a happy judge, because when the state, I'm just letting Your Honor know, when the state brings forth hundreds of pages of my client's Instagram records, and they're saying, well, we just want to get it in for this one particular purpose, I'm going to have to halt proceedings and say, well, let's have an inspection of every single piece of paper.
Well, that's up to you. Here's the thing. I'm telling you that you either can do one or two things. You can either acquiesce to the state and say, okay, those four are fine. Or you can say, under the rule of completeness, Judge, we want it all in. Okay, but that's up to you as an examiner, as an advocate. So, but you know, that's your call at that point in time, Mr. Shard.
Okay, well, my understanding is you're going to seek to introduce the records in the ballot.
I don't know. Are you going to admit Mr. Stillwell's entirety of his Instagram, or are you looking to do kind of what you similarly did here, which is just, you know, the relevant portions?
Yeah, I think that that's the part that's missing here, Your Honor. When we introduce the entire record, we have to introduce the entire record to say what excerpts we come from, what excerpts came from those records. And if Mr. Shar says his concern is we'll just be able to get up and talk about parts of the record, but if the court hasn't admitted that portion,
I haven't admitted that portion of it.
or if we haven't talked about it within the confines of the evidence coming out, then that can't be brought up in closing or some other portion. The state's intention with any of the records is to excerpt out what we intend to introduce and share that with defense counsel, similar to what we did today. So moving forward, that is the state's intention to identify what we plan on introducing, providing that to defense counsel so that if there are any objections, they can.
As long as that's binding on the state, then I'm fine. I'm just letting.
I think it seems to be that that's what, you know, that's what they're asking the court to do. And even though a certification applies to all of the records, they're only asking for these, like, for example, for this exhibit, they're asking for 4 of these. Now, on the rule of completeness, if the examiner wants the rest of them in, you take it kind of as you take it as you find it. So there may be things that help you and things that hurt you. But what they're saying is, as it pertains to your client, unless you ask for the rule of completeness to apply, that, you know, that they're only going to ask for a particularized number of things to be admissible, and they're not getting into everything.
As long as it's binding on him, I'm fine.
That's fine. I don't think that, I think that as Ms. Hilton has mentioned, that would be accurate in terms of, I have not admitted the rest of, other than those exhibits or excerpts. So it would be kind of improper for you to kind of go into something else. Answer your question, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
And then lastly, we do have copies of the redacted version. We have a copy for the court.
Redacted version of what, ma'am?
Sorry, the indictment. So we have a copy for the court, and
Did you already show that to Mr. Steele?
I'm going to show that to Mr. Steele now. You're on the approach.
You may.
173. Okay. I believe it's going to be 173, Echo, Your Honor. And Mr. Steele. And because this is not coming up anytime soon, Your Honor, we can address this either later on or at another break. And then last but certainly not least is the calls that we referenced earlier today, with the relevant timestamps, Your Honor, as opposed to having to stop and play the entirety of those jail calls. We did redact each of those jail calls to the relevant portions. And so we have Stacey's in 140 Echo Alpha, which will be the full jail calls.
Hold on. Okay, and which is the redaction?
The redaction is going to be 140 Echo Bravo. And those calls were just emailed to defense counsel, but it is the timestamps that we provided in the email, Your Honor.
Are they all, are both series of calls on there from both dates that you're gonna seek to admit Mr. Winfrey's call on the 28th of June and the 13th of June?
So it's the 28th of June, Your Honor, the 13th of June, the 5th of June, and then there's 3 calls from the 6th of June, and then 1 from October 22nd.
All right. Okay. Hold on 1 second. What was states 173 Echo again, madam?
Oh, 173 Echo, let me confirm, is that the last number available? Yeah, 173 Echo will be the certified, the redacted certified copy of conviction.
All right. All right. Okay, can we call for our witness now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
So I have time to study, if you mind if I study the indictment, there's some items that we'd like you to consider.
I believe,
Hey, Your Honor, that's not coming in right now, so.
that's fine, Mr. Steele. All right. Sergeant Ingram, summon our jurors, please. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, you can continue with the examination, madam.
Afternoon, Agent Racy.
Good afternoon.
I think when we left off, we were talking about how individuals at the Cobb County Jail can make calls. I believe first you talked about pins by having a pin. Were there other ways that you could search to identify if a certain person was calling?
Yes, so we can request that the PIN be searched, but we can also request the numbers dialed be searched as well.
And why would you request for the search to be done by numbers dialed?
Inmates use each other's PINs all the time.
Now, as it relates to Jimmy Winfrey, the calls that you received, were they solely from his PIN, or did you search from using phone numbers and get other calls that were not on his PIN?
I did both.
And about how many times did you obtain jail calls regarding Mr. Winfrey?
I did it in batches. Again, I didn't have like live access to the system, like some systems, some counties have. So I had to just basically make requests and then go pick up the discs. So I would do it in batches. I'd wait like a couple weeks, whatever it would be, the time period, and then just make another request, review them. Time would go on, make another request. So I think probably 4 or 5 times during the life cycle of the case.
And when you reviewed those calls, did you hear any identification of Jimmy Winfrey making those calls?
Yes.
What identification did you have of Mr. Winfrey making those calls?
So, well, there's the PIN number that's obviously assigned to him, but then also there's an audio recording where the inmate would identify themselves by name and then also by voice, but just recognizing the voice over time.
And what was your purpose of searching for jail calls for Mr. Winfrey?
Evidence.
And did you find any calls of any evidentiary value?
Yes.
Now, when you would listen to the calls, was the entire call of relevance for your investigation in every call?
No.
Were you able to identify portions of the jail calls that were relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
And once you received those calls, did those calls become part of your case file?
Yes.
If you can give a number, about how many jail calls did you obtain?
Oh, there'd probably be hundreds in the case.
And in preparation for your testimony here today, have you listened to a sampling of those calls?
Yes.
How many calls have you listened to in preparation today?
I want to say 7 that were relevant.
And when you listen to those jail calls, did those calls capture the relevant portions of those 7 phone calls?
Yes. Yes.
I want to show you. May I approach him, Ronald?
You may.
Mr. Stevens? I'm going to show you what's in Mark 6 Exhibit 140 Echo Bravo. Tell me if you recognize 6 Exhibit 140 Echo Bravo.
I do.
And how do you recognize 6 Exhibit 140 Echo Bravo?
My initials and today's date from when I reviewed the calls.
And what is contained on 140 Echo Bravo?
I think there's about 7, approximately 7 jail calls from Winfrey.
And did those calls have the relevant portions of the calls that you listened to back in 2015?
Correct, just the relevant portions.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the relevant portion of those phone calls that you pulled back in 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like the tender 6 Exhibit 140 Echo Bravo is evidence.
Any further objections to states 140 Echo Bravo?
Mr. Lyon, previous.
Okay, all right. Subject to the earlier rulings of the court, I will admit 140 Echo Bravo and 140 Echo Alpha over objection. They may be published as you see fit.
First, we're going to start with a call on June 5th, 2015. And what's it at 2040? What time is that?
2040 would be 8:40
Okay. And would it be 8:40 p.m.?
p.m., correct?
What's been going on? I'm trying to find over there where the car is. They want it moved.
Oh, at the studio?
Yeah.
That's the part I'm gonna wrong.
Well, I talked to Richard, but Richard don't know who got the key.
No, the key in Milwaukee. You can go in my room and get the extra key. But this is what I want you to do. Call the man from the dealership, Kalo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and tell Richard, take the car out there, cause I want to let Kalo, cause he got put my stomach tires on them.
No, you don't want to do nothing else to that car because Bank of America is looking for it.
For what?
Damn. Do you forget how dead?
Oh, yeah, okay. So what, we need to turn the car in?
We told you, and we definitely need to turn it in now.
All right, you want to wait till I get out? You go ahead and do it.
Well, I'll see what I'll go back down and look for the key so Richard
And that great Bank of America thing.
Okay.
And where is it?
Huh?
What time you get out work tomorrow?
Jim, you know what?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't need to be saying too much shit because they recording everything you say.
I know there ain't nothing wrong with me, Auntie. I was just asking.
Okay.
In that car, you right by what you're saying, but it's like I'm doing something different. I'm not doing nothing.
Okay, well, whatever. I'm just trying to tell you they record everything you say.
I know that.
They're trying to turn it around and use against you.
Hey, man, I got that.
Okay. So for that call, do you recall the date that call was made?
June 5th.
Okay. And why, and let me ask you, this is the relevant portion. Did you provide the entirety of that call to the state?
Yes.
Why was this call relevant for you in your investigation?
The discussion of the vehicle that we believed was involved in the incident at hand.
Now, was the male Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
At the time, did you know who the female he was speaking to, who that was?
I suspected who it was. Later get confirmation through the investigation, but I suspected who it was.
Okay. When you confirmed who it was, who's the woman who's on the call?
Mr. Winfrey's aunt.
Now, did you hear Mr. Winfrey in the call make reference to the studio?
Yes.
Do you know did your investigation reveal what studio that car was at prior to it not being at the studio?
I believe it to be at the vault at the Metropolitan Parkway address.
And in listening to that call, did you hear a reference for someone named Paul?
Yes.
Did your investigation ever reveal who Paul was?
That's going to be Mr. Winfrey's uncle who's deceased, but the vehicle's registered to him.
It was registered to Paul?
Correct.
Now, I know we talked about the dates of the call. Do you remember the time of this call?
We said it was at 8:40 p.m.
And this is in 2015?
Correct, 2015.
What address was the vehicle registered to?
It was Adams Drive, 1670 Adams Drive in Atlanta.
And what type of car was registered to an individual by the name of Paul?
It's the Camaro in question. It's Camaro Z28. I believe it's a 2015, like brand new.
And did you hear them speak of the Bank of America?
Yes, I did.
Did you learn if Bank of America financed this vehicle?
They did. It was financed by Bank of America, correct?
I want to take you to the next call, which is on June 6th. And for the record, what is the date and time of this call?
June 6, 2015 at 5:10 p.m.
Okay.
What I'm gonna say, you talked to Rashad?
Yeah, I talked to him there. I called him, make sure he did. Go check on your oxy and all that.
What did he say?
He said she good. He put some money over there. You know, everything's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't eat him. I don't eat him. I eat pork. I just don't eat him.
You want me to holler at him?
Yeah,
Hey,
I need to park my car at my auntie house in the house.
I do eat
I'll
pork.
take it to my brother's house.
What boy you want?
Huh?
So you want that Joe?
Yeah.
Uh,
I gotta, when I get back, I gotta go get with the man, because, you know, my uncle just
Okay.
the death certificate back. So, yeah. So now I got the bank, they either send down money back to give us another car, like the money that we don't pay.
Yeah, I don't eat pork.
Yeah. Hey, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Now, I know some of the words were kind of mumbled. When you listed a call, did you find anything of any evidence you value in that call?
Yes.
What was it?
Well, they stated something to the effect of wanting to move the car to the auntie's address.
And why was that important to you?
Well, I mean, we're trying to, if I was trying to recover the vehicle, I need to know where it's at to be recovered. So that's giving me a potential address to try to go recover evidence.
All right, let's listen to the call on June 6th at 22:30. And for the record, what is the date and time of the call?
June 6, 2015 at 22:13, so that's 10:13 p.m.
Chad just left.
What he did?
Well, my car.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he parked it.
Yeah, it's in the garage.
And
They brought it over on a tow truck. He said he needs to know how to get them minutes so you can call him.
I'm gonna call him when I got on the phone with you. What time is it, Auntie?
It's after 10. It's 10:18. What time you supposed to be out the phone? 10:15, right?
No, 11 o'clock. They say tonight or 10:30. I'm in the car with Rashad, and I'm gonna call you back. I'm making my last call.
Oh, okay.
I love you.
Love you too. Bye.
Where you at? Call Rashad.
Okay, hold on. I ain't saying his number in the phone.
Huh?
I ain't saying.
What up, God?
What's the word you do, what I'm saying?
Appreciate that, brother.
Oh, yeah, man. I just dropped that on there too. You get what I'm saying?
They were acting lame.
I guess so. Slim called me. So, me.
To go get it.
Yeah. So I go get it. And somebody, told me go get it and whip it. I said, nah, I ain't gonna whip the ball. I'm gonna do it the other way.
Yeah. Gotta get it right.
You dig what I'm saying? So I just did that.
Hello. Hey.
Yeah, auntie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the car is in the garage.
I don't know.
Now, when you heard this call, was it significant for you in your investigation?
It was.
Why?
They're now stating that the vehicle is in Auntie's garage at her address.
And at this juncture, do you do anything with that information, knowing that the car is in Auntie's garage?
I do.
What do you do?
I authored a search warrant and proceeded to the Fulton County Magistrate Court and applied for and was granted a search warrant in reference to that vehicle at that location.
Okay. I want to take you to final call on June 6th. And for the record, what is the date and time of that call?
June 6, 2015, 1958 hours.
Okay.
So that would be 7:58 p.m.
Yeah. Yeah, Roscoe, you did what the fuck I'm saying. I ain't doing shit, man. Just holding it down. Just got us there on all these niggas. Yeah, I go to court on the 16th or the 17th. But my lawyer, what the lawyer say, we?
They were gonna try to get it dismissed this week.
They don't file for a motion. I was just calling checking on your ass. What you got going, baby? Huh? Tell everybody I said what it motherfucking do. Hey man, you won't believe this shit, dude. Motherfucker got down yak, know that this nigga got about 50 pictures of yak and Malik on that bunk, man. Little young nigga. He got a picture with yak.
What's your name?
Hey, what little buddy man, little light skinned boy? He be with little Bell Simpson. The light skin. What that light skinned boy name with the dread? Peso. Yeah, Peso. Yeah, little young nigga. Yeah, we partyed up, man. They got the town turned. Huh? What say, bro?
You understand?
You understand? You dig what the fuck I'm saying? Hey, boy, you sure got the town on lock, kid. These folks ripping the hell, boy. You hear me, man? These folks ripping. Man, no bullshit, man. These folks love that little motherfucker. Ain't no jump, no couch slide. Oh, man, they treat nigga like the Pope in here, man. Yeah, you know, your main motherfucker man. Yeah, man. That's your do, but. Oh, man, the whole joint, blood out. Everybody got stars right here.
Now, you know we paid the wage, right?
Yeah, hey, man, it's still here. These folks love your motherfucking ass down here, man. No jump, no stop.
We were set up for disaster. I was for disaster. You see what I'm saying? Then we ended up winning. So I was out
there. These folks know your motherfucking ass, boy. Listen, dog, the whole motherfucking joint, brother. These folks slime out. Everybody slime, bro.
He said they kick it like the Lord.
Yeah, man, for real. Hey, listen, man, everything in here slime out, boy. Everything. Man, them folks ain't going back and forth about your motherfucking ass down here.
Say, look here, man. Everything in here slime out, man. Everything.
Listen, man, A nigga got a picture of Yak, Malik, the whole motherfucking crew on one of their beds, the little nigga, little peso. He got a picture called Yak and Malik, the big homie. They call you the real big homie.
That's my little homie.
Yeah. Hey, peso.
He 100,
Yeah, the little nigga, hey, Yak, the nigga full,
Yeah.
he strong. He got,
Yeah, that's my boy.
the man got the YSL on his back and everything. He turned up. He got the YSL in the star, in the 5-star. The man got a picture. When I seen your picture, I'm like, hell, no, this can't be Yak. He like, but this my phone. I ain't going.
Oh, tell him that out there.
Man, listen, this Yak right here. Hey, what's up? Yo.
What do? Come on, the way to show, man. I said, you wish what the hell they come out.
Shit, I ain't come out nothing, bro. Got down, really, they just got done rhyme. I got a court date for that month at the beginning of the month. So shit, hopefully by then they let me out of something.
Hey, like,
Yeah.
hey, make sure, Roscoe good, man, come for you. I've been trying to get in touch with you anyway, so.
Yeah. You know, I got him, man. This is my boy, man. You know, I got him.
Well, no, y'all nigga ass up, man. No shit, man. You Roscoe.
That what's up. What is? Hey, yeah, you got your hey, yeah. These folks singing y'all music, bro. It's on God, man. These folks singing the music, man. The folks beating the whole wall down from 11 to 5 in the morning, man. I ain't singing none of that slime shit, boy. The whole dorm. The whole dorm slide out.
Straight up.
Man, what? These folks love y'all, boy. No Jeff, no Cap. Hey, yeah, keep me around this down. Cap like that. You the last motherfucker I expect to see, man. Folks got a picture of your motherfucking ass on the bed, man.
Yeah.
Man, that's my big brother, man. You know, he got a picture of you, Malik. I think you was in the Found Blue, yeah, we had that weed outfit on. The stone outfit, you had on the stone outfit. Yeah, man, nigga holding it down, nigga be out of this motherfucker, man, no time. Step back for a major comeback, you did.
Okay. And that concludes at 5:20. Now, did you hear them reference a person named Yak?
Yes.
Do you know who that individual is?
The names came up in the investigation, but I don't recall like his real government name.
Okay.
At this point in time.
Did you hear the term or them discuss people slimed out?
Yes.
Did the course of your investigation, did the word slime become significant?
Yes.
How?
Objection on our foundation.
Oh, I'll sustain support. You can rephrase, madam. Or you can lay on the foundation.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn of a gang called YSL?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what YSL stood for?
Your Honor, this is opinion testimony that I don't believe is under 701 or 702, and also competition was and.
But we're not. I'll overrule your objection, sir. You can have a continued objection, yes, sir.
Yes, through the course of the investigation and prior to this investigation, I knew what YSL was, and I knew it to be Young Slime Life.
And so when you heard the term in this call, is this one of the calls that you pulled?
Yes, it was.
Did you make note of what they were speaking about inside of that call?
Yes.
And what was significant for you out of that call?
So then, of course, referencing the names, referencing multiple people with stars, 5-point stars, saying everyone in the jail, Cobb County, is slime. Just referencing Yachty, Duke, I think I might have mentioned that. And then someone having a YSL tattoo on their back. Yeah, that was just a number of the things that I heard.
Did you hear a portion of the call where the individual Yak gets on the phone and tells someone to roll out the red carpet for Roscoe?
Yes.
Is that a term or phrase that you've heard during the course of your police work with Cobb County?
Well, yes. I mean, rolling out the red carpet isn't just in law enforcement. That's used in common vernacular as well.
And what was your understanding of what rolling out the red carpet?
Objection calls for hearsay, not the understanding of the jury also.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Outside of what we already discussed, was there anything else of significance in this call?
Not that I can think of.
Now, you talked about the 5-point star. Why was that significant to you?
I know it through my training and experience, and that 5-point star is related to the larger Bloods criminal street gang.
Now, after hearing these calls on June 6, 2015, you talked earlier about getting a search warrant in order to go look for the vehicle. Did you ever go to the home and go to try to find the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall when did you execute that search warrant?
I mean, it was as soon as I listened to these calls and as soon as I got the information, I pretty much immediately acted on it. So this call was June 6th, so it would have been within a couple weeks, couple days after June 6th.
And where did you go to execute the search warrant?
The address of the aunt's house, the 1670 Adams Drive in Atlanta.
And Baker, do you recall the time of day that you went to the home?
It was nighttime.
Any reason why you went at night versus the day?
I mean, I worked the evening shift. I heard the information. I authored the search warrant and I immediately went. That was just the time of day that it was. I had to apply for the search warrant with the magistrate court here in Fulton County, just how long it took and time I could get there.
Were there other law enforcement officers with you?
There was?
Were they all from Cobb County?
No.
What other law enforcement agency assisted you in the search of the search warrant?
With the Atlanta Police Department?
Specifically, do you recall if Investigator Gaither or Investigator Dennis was present during the search of this home?
No, I believe they were busy. Investigator Jason Summers, also with the gang unit. And then I think some patrol officers just for uniform presence went with us, but a representative of the gang unit went with us.
Was there anyone home when you executed the search warrant?
Yes.
Who was home?
The aunt.
Do you recall anyone else?
I think it was just her. I can't remember anyone else being there. We mainly dealt with her if there was someone else that was there.
I know this is some time. Do you remember what her demeanor was when you got to the house?
Oh, she's polite. She was polite. I don't remember her being.
Did you?
Hold on. You can respond now.
I can move on.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Did you find anything of any evidential value when you went to the home to execute the search warrant?
Yes.
What did you find?
So the vehicle, first off, was there. It was in the garage.
All right. Did you take any pictures of the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Have you taken pictures of where you found the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
You had them, but I didn't show them to you today. see, I'm going to start first with exhibit 141 through 147.
Sure.
If you go to exhibit 141,
Okay.
and how do you recognize exhibit 141 through 147?
These are the photographs that were taken at the Adams Drive address when we executed the search warrant.
And are those a fair, accurate depiction of the car as you found it at the Adams Drive location back in 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I say would like to send exhibit 141 to 147 into evidence.
You said 141?
I'm sorry, let me tell you, 141 echo to 147 echo.
All right. All right, any objection to stage 141 through 141 echo?
Your Honor, as to 141, 142, and 143, I do pose an objection. I do not have an objection to the others. If you can look at them when you get a chance, they are photographs of a court document purportedly search warrant. That's all they are. The other ones are what's depicted in the garage. So that's why I'm objecting to the first three.
Can I see 141, 142, 143?
Yes, Your Honor. Agent Racy is here.
Thank you, sir. The courts can admit, because there's no objections to 144 echo, 145 echo, 146 echo, 147 echo. They're admitted may be published as you see fit. Detective Racy, or Agent Racy, I should say, I'm gonna hand you back stage 141, 142, and 143 echo.
Sure.
When you were executing the search warrant, did you take those pictures?
I did, Your Honor.
Are those pictures of the search warrant that you left at the residence?
They are, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna admit them over your objection, Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, I understand application of that objection.
Yes, sir. It's overruled.
Is your permission to publish 141
Yes,
through
and
147?
141 through 147 echo are all admitted to be published as you see fit.
Thank you. And Agent Racy, whichever one's easier for you, on the side or behind you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. First, looking at 141 echo, what did you capture in Stacey's exhibit 141 echo?
This is a photograph of the search warrant that we're required to leave on scene to show that we had legal permission. to be there and to do what we're doing, albeit blurry in that picture.
Okay. And looking at 142 Echo, is that the second page of your warrant?
Just the second page, correct.
All right. Looking at 143 Echo.
That's the back of those pages. And so that's just an inventory of the items that we seized, which we are required to leave on the scene upon executing the search warrant.
Okay. I'm looking at 144 Echo.
So that's just going to be a picture of the outside of the residence with the garage open and the vehicle there in the garage in question.
145 Echo.
Again, that's just a picture of the vehicle in question.
And is that the aunt standing by the door?
I believe it is, yes.
I'm looking at 146 Echo. Is that just the front of the vehicle?
Just the front of the vehicle. I was trying to take all around photos, but limited with space, so it's kind of awkward, but the front of the vehicle.
And why were you trying to take all around pictures of the vehicle?
Just documenting it in place as we're seizing it. Just to document it, but also claims of damage, claims of stuff. There's multiple reasons why we try to document items of value.
Okay. 147 Echo.
Just the license plate of the vehicle to document, obviously the identity of the vehicle, for lack of a better term, what vehicle we're seizing.
And is this the same license plate tag that came back to the individual you talked about, Paul, earlier in your testimony?
Correct. This license plate is registered to this vehicle, which the registered owner is Paul that I spoke about before.
And speaking about Paul and the jail calls that we've heard so far, were those individual calls or were those all one call with different times?
Those were separate calls, I believe, if that's what you're asking.
Yes. Once you found the vehicle at the home, what, if anything, did you do with the vehicle?
It was impounded. It was towed back to the Cobb County Police Headquarters garage that we have.
And why was it towed to Cobb County?
To better process it on scene in Cobb County versus trying to search it there at a residence.
And once the vehicle was towed back to Cobb County, what, if anything, did you do with the vehicle?
We executed a search warrant there at that location.
Why did you have to get another search warrant to go inside the vehicle?
We moved it from the jurisdiction of Fulton County into Cobb County. And so it's our regular practice just to author and have approval to search it in that location since we moved venues.
And do you recall how soon after it left from you finding it at the home to you taking it to Cobb County that you searched the vehicle?
I'm not sure if it was that night here as we're sitting here now. I would have had to have authored the search warrant again in Cobb County. So it might not have been that next night. It might have been like the following day.
And did anyone assist you with executing a search warrant on the vehicle?
Yes, I would have had the crime scene unit process it in the garage.
And when you execute the search warrant of the vehicle, did you take pictures of the car at that time?
The crime scene tech would have taken the pictures with me present, standing there.
I'm going to show you what I've shown the defense counsel, Stacy Exhibit 148 Echo through 162 Echo. Tell me, if you will, tell me if you recognize 148 Echo through 162.
I recognize them.
And how do you recognize them?
It's in our evidence garage, and it's the same vehicle in question, and these are the photos that were taken there when we executed the search warrant at that location.
And were those are those a fair and accurate depiction of the pictures that you took back in 2015 when you processed this car?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to send 148 Echo and 162 Echo.
Any objection to states 148 Echo through 162 Echo?
Thank you, Your Honor. Cumulative, first of all, if you look at all that, then 157, 160, 161, 162 are, writings.
That's the best place. Thank you. You said you wanted to approach, sir?
You have to understand, sir.
Did you say you wanted to approach?
If that's okay with the court.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Steele, counsel, any further objection to states 148 echo 3, 162 echo any further objection?
Not after this Williams.
All right, so maybe it may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm first one on 148 echo. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 148 Echo, where were these pictures taken?
That's 140 North Marietta Parkway in Marietta, Georgia. And that's in the evidence garage. Headquarters is now moved for Cobb County Police, but that's the old Cobb County Police headquarters evidence garage.
And as we're looking at 148, 149, and 150, did you take similar angles of the vehicle similar to what you did when the car was in the garage?
Yes, the crime scene tech would have, yes.
And is it for the same reason to, again, show that there's no dents or no other damages to the vehicle?
Yeah, and just document the vehicle fully as well, yes.
Okay, looking at 151. And 152. And then 153. What was significant about why you took or had the crime scene take pictures of the inside of the vehicle?
So, we have a search warrant for the vehicle for evidence, not just the outside, but evidence potentially on the inside as well. And so we're gonna photograph the evidence as it, if there is any evidence, or the vehicle itself, if that's evidence, as it's sitting presently when it was seized.
Was there anything of significance to you when you opened up and looked inside the vehicle?
So there were the floor mats were not present, and we could see kind of like lines in the on the carpet.
Why was that a note to you?
Well, it looked like the vehicle had been cleaned.
I'm looking at 154 Echo. Is that the same taking pictures of the interior and what you noticed?
That's correct.
155 Echo. And then 156 Echo. What was your purpose of going and looking inside the trunk of the vehicle?
Same thing, just looking if any evidence is back there. Here we find the floor mats that have been removed, and we start seeing some of the lines that, well, they look horizontal for us here, but if the floor mats were in the car, it'd be up and down lines.
157 Echo. Is that still further inside the vehicle?
That's correct, it's just the trunk, correct.
All right, and 158 Echo. Still the same inside of the car?
That's correct.
Echo. Same thing?
Correct.
And I'm gonna ask you to look at your version of 160 Echo. not telling me what it is, did you find paperwork in the vehicle with Mr. Winfrey's name on it?
I did.
Do you recall where in the vehicle you found that paperwork?
I think it was in the glove box. I'm not positive 100% as I sit here now at this moment.
And now looking at 162.
162.
And that wasn't gonna come up on this. Is this additional paperwork you found inside the vehicle?
Correct.
And in looking at the complete document here, was this document in the name of a particular person?
Yeah, the complete document, yes.
Who?
Jimmy Winfrey.
Now, with the car, did you ever have the car processed for any fingerprints?
Yes.
Did having the car processed for fingerprints assist with your investigation at all?
No.
Did you ever have the car processed for gunshot residue?
Yes.
Did anything about the gunshot residue testing that you had done, did that assist in your investigation?
No.
Now, I want to go back. Why didn't either the fingerprints or the gunshot residue assist in your investigation?
Why did it? Or
Why did it not?
Why didn't it? I'm sorry. Okay. It didn't. So,
Sir,
I'm gonna object to this.
faces.
The Bull Coming case.
The what?
The Bull Coming case. BULLCOMING, confrontation clause.
Oral, sir.
so why it didn't help in the investigation?
Let me ask you this. When did you get the GSR test done?
It was following, obviously seizure of the vehicle, but I don't believe it was on the same night we processed it, on this date.
How much time passed?
Yes, sir, you may.
Yes. May I continue on?
Yes, you can.
How much time passed from the time that the shooting occurred to the time in which you processed the vehicle?
Weeks.
When you say weeks, let me ask you this, when was the shooting?
April 26th, 2015.
And we're looking at a copy of your police report, how professional it is to when you executed the search warrant on the vehicle.
It would have been in June, but I can look at my police report.
If you turn to state to the 171.
88, ma'am. Okay.
Did it have a refresher memory as to when you executed the search warrant on the vehicle?
Yes.
Excuse me, let me be clear, the search warrant at Cobb County Police Department.
Yes.
When did you execute the search warrant at Cobb County Police Department?
June 12th.
Okay. So is that approximately about a month, a little more than a month from the time of the shooting to the time you processed the vehicle?
It's fair to say a month and a half. Correct. Yeah.
Given your experience with previous any of your investigation, have you ever tried to obtain gunshot residue testing?
No.
Why not?
Cobb County Police Department has a policy.
You have objection, sir? Basis.
Foundation, 1, 2, relevant.
I'll move those objections on both grounds. Objection on the grounds of bolstering. Oh, sir, that was Mr. Matthews. Yes, Mr. Sharp.
Your Honor, this gentleman is not, to my knowledge, not an expert in gunshot. It sounds like he's about to render an expert opinion.
You can object accordingly. I'm going to remove the objection for now.
You can respond.
Cobb County Police Department has a policy to not do gunshot residue tests. We don't have any gunshot residue test kits, but I was requested to do so in this case.
And given that it was about 2 months between, or almost 2 months, when you actually had the test done, did you expect to find GSR?
Objection on relevance.
I sustain that.
Why is it with Cobb County that they don't do GSR testing?
Objection on speculation.
And I'll go back to my original question. Did anything about doing the fingerprint test or the GSR test assist you in your investigation?
Objection, yes, ma'am.
I stand in objection.
I want to take you to June 13th. Did you list any additional jail calls in this case?
I did.
I'm going to play for you, listen to a call from June 13th. Looking at the exhibit that's on the stand, what's the date and time of this call?
June 13th, 2015 at 17:39, which is 5:39 p.m.
Yeah, he called you.
Yeah, you on the phone right now.
What's up, Lee? Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to click over on that three-way. I got that cheap ass phone. I'm gonna have to go buy a new one when I get the cash. This shit ain't working on three-way. But I'm here in the street park right now. I'm getting off all that stuff. You stay on the phone. I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna call him. What's the number? 583. What's the number? Hold on. 44583-1990.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. I just checked. So you want to call?
Yeah, they at Creel Park. I'm here there now. It's neighborhood. Free rock. I know that. What's up, nigga? We out here, nigga. Campaign going strong, man. I got my bankroll mopping outfit on right now, man. Ask your mama. Okay. Where you at?
Yeah.
Dial that number. That 583.
How long you call?
All the back.
All right, hold on. Hello?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me get that phone.
Who is it? Hello?
Hold on, baby.
Hello? Hello. Hey, hurry up and...
I'm on the phone. Let's see if got you on hold.
I ain't waiting for the cup. I'm supposed to cover with y'all. Hold on, I'm gonna get a cup.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
You did.
Hello?
Hello?
You can sound like the neighborhood.
Turn it.
I'm not even in your motherfucking hood. You know what I'm saying? I wish you fucking here right there.
I know it turned up. I know y'all having the ball, man. We ain't doing shit. I'm having motherfuckers just holding me down. I say I ain't doing shit, just high man sitting right here holding it down. You dig what I'm saying? Turn it. Yeah, no, hey, man. Motherfucker, the talk of the country, kid. You handle your motherfucking beat out there. Ooh, man. Yeah, motherfucker, baby. I knew a big B with a few C's, you understand? Yeah, I know y'all bitches turn.
Ain't no few nothing. These for 5, 600 D, for 1,000 D.
I know it. They tucked up like that. Folks out there like that, Joe. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, ain't doing no motherfucking wrong, serving them like an entree. You dig what I'm saying? Hold it down for me the way I know you. You got to turn up. I done called everybody. They popping the bid. You know, I took over the motherfucking IG.
call my fucking brother. I ain't doing shit, man. I know y'all be locked up. You did fight, you know that nigga smoke one for me, man. You did what I'm saying. I know y'all turned. I said, I know y'all be turned up out there. Man, tell everybody I love them. Yeah, we coming back. All right.
Okay, you did. Yeah, you called at the right time, man.
Yeah.
What's going on, Charlie?
Man, holding it fucking down. You dig what I'm saying? They said it's a gangster holiday out there, man. I had to call and send my condolences and my respect. You dig what I'm saying? Give a fuck if I'm under a rock.
Yeah, we want to fuck you, nigga.
No, man, you know that. Yeah, this is the first one on. You know, we
can't go nowhere. I had overheard somebody say we can't go nowhere. We want to allow. I'm just gonna put them in there. Good.
Man, you don't know. When I say you global, we ain't talking global imports. We mean international, man. Passports, tattooed the fuck up. Ghetto to ghetto, city to city, coast to coast, like neighborhood but a toast, man. Yeah, too strong to be approached, you dig what I'm saying? Yeah, we're wrong with them. Yeah, you spinning like a ceiling fan everywhere. Yeah. Oh, man, what? Yeah. Oh, man, I've been afraid we been hit these folks there. Shit. Yeah, you definitely doing it. I said, let me call my brother, man. Y'all turn, boy. Ooh-wee.
We get on the business side. Eat it up. Eat it up.
No bullshit. I just got my ass up, man. I was tired of here, boy. I slept in there 2 days, dog. I said, I'm going fuck it. Yeah.
Yeah, man, we got our free Roscoe campaign going on, you did.
Hey, man, I know one thing about my motherfucking bro. When he do it, he gonna do it. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah, only right. Yeah, man, I know
we doing it too, man.
Slam, you did crush the town.
I told everybody.
I said, you crushed the town.
Everybody who said free Roscoe, everybody who said free Roscoe, they get it. I'm putting them on my page. Make sure I get it.
Hey, serve them people, kid. Yeah, don't spell, man. Them got spell ties in the trunk. Tell them, man, we ain't spell tie in the trunk, man. I forgot you ride rough, man. Your tire don't get flat. Yeah, you can still ride. Hey, man. Hey, man, when I get out, man, go and see my appointment up at Dr. Jeffrey Jones. Yeah, I'm coming like slime. You dig what I'm saying? Hey, man.
You gonna drop? I might drop
man, I already know we dropping a bomb on these.
I might drop this week. So it's already blocked. Yeah. What they told me last night.
The way they know
by 4 more days. I'm gonna do that free Roscoe campaign for like 5 strong. All day, every video, every picture I say free Roscoe.
You got it.
All day, we're gonna do a practice.
Got it, Jack.
Then we're gonna drop that big Bob. What's your name?
Bob, sit down. Don't get out the fucking way.
You need to call.
I'm out.
So we can see, I can get you recorded so you can just stop this shit on the top of the car.
Okay, you deal with the fuck I'm saying. Yeah, I gotta call cell phone direct how I did, so y'all can zip this shit.
Yeah, you gotta do it. So we definitely need to.
Well, shit, man. I love y'all, nigga, man. I was calling, checking on y'all, nigga. I'm finna, the shit got 60 seconds left. I'm gonna hang up and call y'all back. I know y'all nigga balling, man. You know I'm right here with your fucking ass. You dig what I'm saying? I'm on you like you fucking briefs, nigga. You hear me?
Let's do it, man.
I love y'all, nigga, man.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, come.
You hear me?
Yes, I love you too.
All right, bet. You did.
What you love you, bro?
What's happening, Jack? I'm gonna do what that nut fucking love you cool. You putting on, you do the fuck up thing. You did. I know my motherfucking nigga was out there. The hell is you talking about? You did with the fuck up. Eddie, you talking about? I already did know. Well, I love y'all. Now I'm gonna call y'all back about. Huh?
Yeah, call back with the cancel, sir. I love you.
All right, love you, baby. We.
Now, in hearing that call, did you hear the phone number in which the person was supposed to dial to get to this phone call?
Yes.
What was the phone number?
I believe it was the 404-583-1990.
And is that the same phone number that's calling Mr. Winfrey multiple times the night leading into the morning of the bus shooting?
Yes, it was back and forth that night leading into this.
Now, did you come to learn who was the male individual that the phone was passed to on this phone call?
I'd probably have to refer to my report. I can't remember off the top of my head right now.
So you need to look at, you need to direct to page 103 of your.
Okay.
Application filed for objection, Your Honor, and hearsay for that. So consider that. No objection, just refreshing.
Question two, did he learn who was that individual?
Still no objection, Mr. Steele.
Yes.
Let me ask you this question before.
Can't hear the question.
I didn't pose it yet. As it relates to the Free Roscoe campaign, did you hear him talking about the Free Roscoe campaign?
I did.
In talking about the Free Roscoe campaign, through the course of your investigation, did you ever find an individual who launched the Free Roscoe campaign?
I did.
Okay, who was that individual?
Jeffrey Williams.
And how did you learn, let me ask you, did you pull that information from social media?
Correct.
And in that call, was Mr. Winfrey speaking with someone who talked about this Free Roscoe campaign?
Yes.
At the time of this call, were you familiar at all with Mr. Williams' voice?
Yes.
And in listening to the call, were you able to determine who that person is that Mr. Winfrey is speaking to on this call?
Yes.
Who?
Jeffrey Williams.
The female that answered the call first. Did you ever identify or learn who that person was?
At that 1990 phone number?
Yes.
I believe it's going to be one of Jeffrey Williams' relatives, female relatives, a sister.
Do you know which one, or you just know which one of his relatives, one of his sisters?
It's the last name is Greer.
I want to take you to June 28th. Jail call. For the record, what is the date and time of this call?
June 28th, 2015 at 15:27 hours. So that's 3:27 hours. Or PM, excuse me. 3:27 PM.
In the morning, he said he did all the stuff he supposed to do. He emailed these people, called these people, but he figured that Monday morning when he gonna, probably hear something.
Who you heard that from? Hey, call Manny for me.
I heard that from Denver.
Call Manny, then call. You talked to OJ, or nephew?
No, I talked to Amina, and I told her.
What she say?
I told she want to call her when you want the phone.
Call her right now.
Hold on. Hello?
Hello.
Hello? What's up?
What's going on, Jack? I ain't doing shit. These people put me in 23 and 1, but I'm supposed to be getting out of here in a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
But my lawyer came and talked with me, and they indicted me and gave me 30 charges.
You said he what?
I said I talked with my lawyer. They came to see me. The people indicted me on the 25th, and they gave me 30 charges, like 15 counts of aggravated assault, street gang, all that bullshit. Did my lawyer call you?
You said that who, the lawyer?
Yeah.
Nah, but my traffic attorney, Kevin, said that his friend, his best friend is their attorney.
Yeah, what did he say? Is he a good attorney?
Yeah, well, I know Kevin is great, so I'm assuming that his friend is good too.
Yeah, so I got to get the people on 40 or 50 grand. He wanted 100, but I told him I got to work out a payment plan with him. So I was going to try to borrow 25 from y'all, and then I was going to, because I got a little money from the insurance left that my uncle left me, and I was going to give him the other 25 that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and when I was telling the nephew, that day they pulled me out and made me come to PC, and shit with the DA, all them people trying to come up here and fuck with a motherfucker mentally. I ain't said none of that. So I'm just shit. When my lawyers came and seen me and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the lawyer is Manny and Lawrence Zimmerman killed, boy.
What's his name? Lawrence
Zimmerman and Manny Aurora. And the dude, clear Lawrence. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. It was just on call on my phone.
Yeah, but if they can't do it, just let me know, and I just have to go my way about my auntie.
All right, Lawrence Zimmerman, I can see.
Manny is the man who, that I be dealing with, because I deal with.
Who is it? Manny?
Manny Aurora. He's number 445789444.
57890 what?
9444.
9444. And who is he?
That's Manny Aurora. That's my lead attorney, the guy that I always deal with. That's but he's going to give me a better understanding, you know what I mean? Because Lawrence told me a fuck down when I told him, my lawyer told me, everybody be on the same page. But shit, I ain't doing nothing. I ain't going to call nobody while I'm up here.
Right.
And they try to put me in PC to make it look like let's get all over there. Man, folk playing outside game. They come get me at 4, 5 in the morning. Asking, do I want to talk with the I said, I can't talk to nobody without my lawyer. So they left me up every 3, 4 days, and I only get to come out an hour a day.
Yeah, they doing that so also so we hop profile anytime, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know that, but the only time you go on PC is when you fill out the forms and ask for that,
Yeah, that is the way it is.
Just a mind game.
I don't know. Yeah, it's probably so.
Yeah.
And to make everybody else get nervous. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, why he in PC? Why you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think other people start getting nervous too. So, yeah. So.
They ain't know what a mind game they playing. Yeah. So I was just letting motherfuckers know what was going on. Shit, my sister, she had called Duke phone to let him know what was going on. I'm just dealing with this shit, but hopefully my lawyer, I probably got him in a couple of days because the colonel, the person running the jail, the person that made me come to PT, Colonel Prince, and she don't want to allow me to get out of here. That my lawyer said. So shit, I'm just dealing with this shit day by day. I went tripping being by myself, and motherfucker get closer to God. And, I read the indictment papers, man, this shit all some bullshit. He say, she say.
Mm-hmm.
So shit, we just waiting, and I might go to court, because I was going to court on the 30th, so I'm not going to court. It might be 3-4 months, because we're going to rush for the speedy trial, so shit, I just sit back and see what happens with it. So,
yeah.
But I was just letting you know what was going on. So.
All right, so what do y'all want me to do? Call these people?
You can call Manny at the Manny or my sister, and if any the Manny and Manny gonna go to Lawrence. Because both is 3 attorneys.
Okay.
And them motherfuckers, they get man, that shit crazy. They indicted me with 30 charges, street criminal gang and all that shit. So Manny was like, like I was telling you, how they try to make it like YSL. This shit is an enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
I might need to drop a paper saying, that I work, which is right. You know what I'm saying?
Oh. Okay.
So it don't make
I got a little puppy.
Oh, congratulations. Yeah, man.
I'm in Thank you. All right, I'm gonna call him. He's out of town, but as soon as he gets back, then I'll let him know what's going on, and then get this looking give us a call. Sit down, yeah.
All right, if you don't mind, you can give Manny a call today or tomorrow just to let him talk to me and touch bases. So they'll think a motherfucker playing on the financial end.
I'm gonna call him today.
All right, I appreciate you. I'll call you tomorrow.
I got you, Dad.
Days after I see my lawyer or my sister call you and keep you posted with everything. And I really
all right, hold your head.
No question. Keep me in
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
I will. And I still try to come up if I can. If there's you can't get visits still or no?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, I'm gonna come up here.
But I'm gonna try to wait to get back to population before I do all that shit.
Okay, then.
All right, thank you, love. Hello, fuck, I push my time back. Yeah. But call Duke on there indicted me, when that shit was, I got 30 motherfucking charges. Yeah. 30 charges. Yeah. That must be on some shit, right? It's like the same charges over and over. I got 12 aggravated assault. They been counting the number of people and shit. Yeah. Yeah, I got whatever racketeering is. I got 3 or 4 of those. Then I got street criminal gang. I got my YSL Enterprise in the street gang. But like I told you, I got paper. I work for YSL. I work with them. So, man, I'm gonna roll them. Yeah. The gang got turned all about the Lil Bird, then Lil Wayne lawsuit, all that bullshit. Yeah. But that was going on. So my lawyer said it'll be a minute before I go to court. I'm gonna rush for a speedy trial, so shit, mama, they got. So we so the thing ain't cool. And then another thing, we shit let Amina know they got paperwork up in black and white showing, that I work for the company. So it's not gonna look like street business.
Okay.
Now, in listening to that call, a couple of questions. Did you hear him reference an individual named Amina?
Yes.
Okay. And had, at this time, Amina come up in your investigation?
Yes, and the subscriber records.
And For what records was she the subscriber on?
It was the 1990, and there was the other phone number, like 95, 90. The other one's leaving me at the moment. But yes, two of the AT&T records that came back as YSL Enterprises. She was the registered party.
And at the time, were you aware of what her role is or was with YSL back in 2015?
No, at that moment, I didn't understand what her role was. No.
Did you learn of her role with YSL?
I mean, eventually.
What was it?
So she's kind of like, I guess, the person running the legitimate business side.
And in that call, did you hear Jimmy Winfrey ask Amina to get him on some paperwork?
Yes.
Was that significant to your investigation?
Sure, absolutely.
Why?
Well, I mean, the last statement he said kind of sums it up. He needs paperwork to make it look legitimate and not, in his words, street stuff. So he was trying to legitimize his association with YSL.
And in listening to the call, did Mr. Winfrey mention that he had read his indictment prior to making this phone call?
Yes, correct.
And at the time, do you know what he was charged with in the indictment?
Yes, of course.
What were the charges that he was charged with?
So he was charged with 12 counts of aggravated assault. He was.
Sir,
I would object.
basis.
It's, hearsay, the indictment itself is hearsay.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So what the question was, what were the charges in the indictment? He was correct. There was 12 counts of aggravated assault. There was RICO charges. There were Street Gang Terrorism Act charges based on those predicate acts. And I think there was a domestic terrorism charge in there as well.
And with the street gang charge, do you know what gang he was charged with being affiliated with?
Yes.
What gang is it?
YSL.
Your Honor, that's, you know,
What's your objection, sir?
A is wrong, but B is hearsay.
It is this
Okay,
statement of the document.
I didn't hear the, I didn't hear the.
What's your objection basis, Mr. Sharp?
This statement of the document, the indictment does not say that.
I didn't. You're right. My question didn't ask what the indictment said. I asked him, was he aware about what gang he was being
I'm
charged
gonna
with?
overrule the objection, sir.
What gang?
So the gang, ultimately, the subset is YSL.
And you use it.
Yes,
Okay,